police and community outreach and launch of Rajasthan Police Hackathon portal and request management system. Our guest speakers for today's seminar are Shri Manoj Abraham, IPS, Additional DGP, Kerala; Shri Sanjay Sahai, former IPS and founder TechCon Pro; Dr. Soumitra Sanadhya, Professor, IIT Jodhpur; Shri Ankur Tripathi, CIO, AU Small Finance Bank. They will join us very soon, and all of you are requested to please switch off your mobiles. In the meanwhile, let's have a look at the clippings of cybercrime.
पिछले माह का बिल जमा नहीं हुआ, रात्रि 9 बजे तक कनेक्शन काट दिया जाएगा। कॉन्टैक्ट 809 बिल तो जमा करा दिया था। ये बिजली विभाग वाले भी ना, सर बिल तो जमा करा दिया था तो आप कनेक्शन कैसे काट सकते हैं?
लेकिन अभी तक अपडेट नहीं हुआ।
तो इसमें हमारी क्या गलती है? आप अपडेट करिए।
परेशानी के लिए खेद है, मैं अभी आपको एक लिंक भेज रहा हूँ, प्लीज क्लिक करें।
जल्दी भेजें।
ये क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
बिल अपडेट कर रहा हूँ, रात को कनेक्शन काट देंगे।
ये सब फेक है। क्लिक करते ही आपका खाता खाली।
क्या मतलब?
बिजली विभाग कभी भी रात को बिजली का कनेक्शन नहीं काटता। बिजली का कनेक्शन काटने के पहले 15 दिन का नोटिस देता है। आप कल विभाग जाकर इसकी पुष्टि कर सकते हैं।
ओह माय गॉड।
आवश्यकता हो तो निकटतम थाने में संपर्क करें। cybercrime@gov.in पर मेल करें। 1930 पर शिकायत दर्ज करवाएं। सतर्क रहिए, सावधान रहिए। राजस्थान पुलिस द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
हेलो पापा, किसी ने मेरे अकाउंट से 40,000 रुपए निकाल लिए। हाँ, आप जल्दी घर पर आ जाओ। हेलो भैया, आप प्लीज जल्दी घर आ जाओ।
क्या हुआ मैडम, बहुत परेशान हैं?
किसी ने मेरे अकाउंट से 40,000 रुपए निकाल लिए, समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या करूं।
कॉल करके सबको बुलाने की जगह जिस ट्रांजैक्शन से पैसे निकले हैं उसे वापस खोलिए। हेल्प एंड सपोर्ट को क्लिक करें, उसमें फ्रॉड रिपोर्ट करिए। तुरंत कार्यवाही, शायद पैसे भी वापस आ जाएं। जिस बैंक में खाता है, रजिस्टर्ड मोबाइल नंबर से फोन करके खाते को ब्लॉक कराएं। ये नंबर आपके डेबिट क्रेडिट कार्ड के पीछे लिखा होता है।
हाँ।
तुरंत 1930 पर शिकायत दर्ज करवाएं। आवश्यकता हो तो निकटतम थाने में संपर्क करें। cybercrime@gov.in पर मेल करें। सतर्क रहिए, सावधान रहिए। राजस्थान पुलिस द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
हमारे यहाँ लोग बड़े प्यार से शेयर करते हैं, कभी अपना खाना, कभी खबरें, तो कभी अपने बाइक की पिछली सीट। शेयर करने का अपना अलग ही मजा होता है।
हेलो सर, मैं आपके बैंक से बोल रहा हूँ, आपका OTP वेरीफाई करना है।
आस्किंग फॉर OTP, फ्रॉड कॉल था। शेयर जरूर करें, लेकिन अपना OTP, पिन या पासवर्ड जैसे इंपॉर्टेंट बैंकिंग डिटेल्स कभी नहीं किसी के साथ देने हैं।
तो कैसी चल रही हमारी साइबर लूट?
थोड़ा सा फुसलाना
और थोड़ा सा ललचाना।
स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया में आपका स्वागत है। कॉर्पोरेट इंटरनेट बैंकिंग में व्यापार अकाउंट के तहत इस वीडियो में हम आपको बता रहे हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर द्वारा
तो SBI हेल्पलाइन नंबर और GOI के नेशनल साइबर क्राइम रिपोर्टिंग के टोल फ्री नंबर या उनके पोर्टल पर तुरंत सूचित करें।
कॉर्पोरेट इंटरनेट बैंकिंग के अंतर्गत व्यापार खाते के लिए ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के बाद आप जो फॉर्म प्रिंट करते हैं उसे ब्रांच में जमा करने पर ब्रांच आपको एक किट प्रदान करेगा। इस किट में एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर के
आप जानते हैं किसका वीडियो कॉल है?
नहीं, वो किसी लड़की का है।
किसी भी अनजान नंबर या अपरिचित व्यक्ति का वीडियो कॉल ना उठाएं। हो सकता है आप ब्लैकमेलिंग के शिकार हो जाएं।
ओ माय गॉड, अब नहीं उठाऊंगा। अगर मान लीजिए किसी ने उठा लिया तो?
तुरंत मोबाइल को डिस्कनेक्ट करें। अगर डिस्कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा तो साइड वाला बटन दबाकर इसको बंद करें। आवश्यकता होने पर निकटतम थाने में संपर्क करें। cybercrime@gov.in पर सतर्क रहिए।
सुन, वीडियो डिलीट कराने के लिए पूरे 15,000 जमा कराने होंगे, वरना ये वीडियो सोशल मीडिया पर और तुम्हारे दोस्तों के पास भेज दिया जाएगा।
मैम मैम प्लीज ऐसा मत कीजिए, मेरे पास इतने पैसे नहीं है।
कितने पैसे हैं?
मैम मैं तो पढ़ाई करता हूँ, मेरे पास नहीं है मैम।
सुन, इमोशनल मत हो, मैं तुझे 30 मिनट का टाइम देती हूँ। अगर पैसे नहीं दिए तो वीडियो सोशल मीडिया पर वायरल हो जाएगा।
क्या हुआ, बहुत परेशान हो?
एक लड़की ब्लैकमेल कर रही है, समझ में नहीं आता क्या करूं।
परेशान मत होइए। सबसे पहले व्हाट्सएप के 3 डॉट्स में जाएं। उसके बाद सेटिंग में जाकर अकाउंट को क्लिक करें और 2 स्टेप वेरिफिकेशन ऑन करें। व्हाट्सएप अकाउंट को डिलीट करें। जिन नंबरों से कॉल आ रहा है उन्हें ब्लॉक कीजिए। गूगल अकाउंट से लिंक ईमेल आईडी का पासवर्ड चेंज करिए। 2 स्टेप वेरिफिकेशन ऑन करें। आवश्यकता होने पर निकटतम थाने में संपर्क करें। cybercrime@gov.in पर मेल करें। सतर्क रहिए।
Your kids probably have one of these, right? Not quite. Hell of a pilot? No. That skill is all AI. It's flying itself. Processor can react 100 times faster. Stochastic motion is an anti-sniper feature. Just like any mobile device these days, it has cameras and sensors, and just like your phones and social media apps, it does facial recognition. Inside here is 3 grams of shaped explosive. This is how it works. Did you see that? That little bang is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents. Now trust me, these were all bad guys. Now that is an airstrike of surgical precision.
Give a standing ovation to our respected DGP sir and esteemed guests. Respected DGP Rajasthan, Sri Umesh Mishra, our keynote dignitary Manoj Abraham sir, Sri Sanjay Sahai sir, Soumitra Sanadhya sir, Sri Ankur Tripathi sir, and Abhinav Bantia sir. We feel honored and grateful to welcome all of you for taking a keen part in this seminar. Respected DGP sir, all our invited dignitaries raise the dais for the proceedings. Today's seminar schedule is going to brush us up mindful and benefiting solutions, which will certainly add our knowledge about cybercrime. We would like to do a formal welcome team. So I request DGP please felicitate Sri Sanjay Sahai sir, respected DGP. Request to cybercrime Sri Ravi Prakash Mehra sir, present a bouquet to Sri Manoj Abraham. Request to Chairman CI Rajasthan to present a bouquet, Dr. Soumitra Sanadhya sir. Request to additional DGP Railways, Sri Sanjay Agarwal sir, present a bouquet, Ankur Tripathi sir. Today's seminar promises amazing lighting experience for all of us in the field of IT and cyber. Let's open our mind and hearts to new ideas as we assemble here to learn new facts and share knowledge about cybercrime. To introduce and to give overview of the seminar proceedings, I would request to Director General of Police, Civil Rights and Cybercrime, Rajasthan, Sri Ravi Prakash Mehra sir. He is the first DG of Cyber in Rajasthan and diligently working to control cybercrime in Rajasthan and eradicate the nexus of crime from Mewat area. So please, with a huge round of applause, I would request DG Cyber sir.
Good morning to you all. Rajasthan Police is honored to have you all distinguished speakers and guests in the seminar on cybercrime and launch of Hackathon Portal, an RMS Request Management System app. On behalf of Rajasthan Police, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome Shri Umesh Mishra Sahab, DGP Rajasthan, Shri Sanjay Sahai, IPS retired. In fact, not retired, he left service in 2020. to make a name in the IT sector, and also a founder of TechCon Pro. Shri Manoj Abraham, who is a well-known personality in the cyber field. He is a ADGP in Kerala. Professor Soumitra Sanadhya from IIT Jodhpur. Shri Abhinav Bhatia, Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industry, Rajasthan Chapter, who is also partnering, CIA is also partnering with Rajasthan Police on cybercrime and the launch of Hackathon. Shri Ankur Tripathi, Chief Information Officer, AU Small Finance Bank. We extend a very warm welcome to all representatives of CIA and financial institutions and faculty and students of engineering colleges and media friends. We are all gathered here to participate in this seminar, which is the culmination of week-long celebrations of Rajasthan Police Divas. On 16th of April 1949, various police forces of the princely states of Rajasthan were merged and Rajasthan Police was formed. Rajasthan Police is today about 110,000 strong force, which has steadily grown over the years in organization, equipment, operational techniques, attitude and outlook. Rajasthan Police has emerged as one of the finest police forces in the country and is known for its values of courage, fairness, loyalty and integrity. Living up to the motto of Sevarth Katibadhata, committed to serve, we treat our citizens as our most valued asset and serve them with unceasing commitment, humility and trust. Over the years, Rajasthan Police has made continuous efforts to modernize its IT infrastructure and capabilities of its personnel in the field of IT. Through incessant efforts over the last 5 years, we are now among the leading states in the implementation of CCTNS, and for this, Honorable Prime Minister of India recognized us on his Pragati dashboard. The other key citizen services launched through CCTNS are Download FIR, Request for Character Certificate, Verification of Tenant and Domestic Helps, details of CLG members, beat officers, details of absconders, standing warranties, proclaimed offenders, finding the nearest police stations. Rajasthan Police has received various prestigious awards for its IT initiatives such as the Scotch Award for Complaint Module, Vicky Award for the Rajcop Citizen App and CSI Award for the Performance Measurement System. And we are continuously striving to achieve excellence in this field. As we all know, computers, internet and electronic communications play an increasing part in our lives. Their impact increases as new and often unpredicted applications of technologies are quickly adopted by significant proportions of the population. For example, mobile internet devices such as smartphones are now very common. From the CEO of an MNC to a courier delivery agent, all use smartphones for their everyday tasks. However, this also has implications for safety and security, as cyber criminals are quick to spot the potential vulnerabilities of new technologies and exploit them to commit offenses and evade detection. Today, cybercrime is the biggest challenge not only for the law enforcement agencies but also for national security as well as geopolitical order. Cybercrime is different from traditional crimes in many ways. For example, a cyber criminal sitting in Mewat region of Rajasthan commits OLX fraud on the victim of Tamil Nadu by using a fake SIM issued in Meghalaya in the name of a person from JNK, and the money goes into a fake bank account of a person from Maharashtra. Cybercrime is now borderless and global in nature and knows no boundaries. We often see, for example, a hacker sitting in a faraway country taking control of a government website of a country. Remember last year's hacking of our AIMS website, which caused a lot of chaos, hardship, and concerns among all. Therefore, there is no international or national definition of cybercrime. Broadly, cybercrime can be described as cyber-dependent offences, cyber-enabled offences, and as a specific crime type such as online child sexual abuse. The scale and complexity of cybercrime is wide-ranging. Off-the-shelf tools enable criminals without technical proficiency also to commit cybercrime, and this is further aggravated by the widespread awareness of the potential profits. What most people see online is only a small portion of the data that's out there on the clear net. Most search engines only index 4% of the internet. The rest is the deep web. And the dark net is most known for black market weapon sales, drug sales, child abuse streaming, supari killings and whatnot. Before 2010, there was no separate categorization and cyber crimes were not very prevalent. And there was no focused response to this type of crime by the law enforcement agencies. With the internet making inroads into all sections of society, cyber crimes became very common. Rajasthan was one of the few states to establish 2 cybercrime police stations as long back as 2013. Thereafter, many progressive steps have been taken to tackle this menace. Recently, cybercrime police stations have been sanctioned for all districts in Rajasthan. The focus on computer literacy, digitization and accessibility to the net has resulted in a huge spike in cyber-related offences. As a result, FIRs in Rajasthan have increased from 53 in 2013 to 2,565 in 2022. However, these figures are no match to the complaints logged on to the national portal, and only a small percentage are being investigated. Till March 2023, about 10,000 complaints were reported on the portal, but only 426 FIRs were registered, which is equivalent to just 4%. The national average is even lower, at only 2% of complaints that are being investigated. Rajasthan is a leading state in implementing cybercrime helpline 1930, as you must all be knowing, on which we have received a total of 77,333 complaints involving a fraud amount of 215 crore rupees, out of which we have been able to recover just 21 crores. Mewat region of Rajasthan, comprising the districts of Alwar and Bharatpur, have gained the notoriety of cybercrime hub just like the Jamtara, but with the cybercrime of different and innovative modus operandi. And interesting thing is that previously these very same criminals were street robbers. They were involved in a lot of frauds like Tatlu Baji and all that. But now these very guys are very smart in cyber crimes. SIMs of other states purchased in bulk have been found to be used in Mewat region for committing cyber crime. To deal with this, in an ongoing massive painstaking drive, Rajasthan police have been successful in blocking more than 1,21,000 SIMs, and around 1 lakh mobile handsets have been disabled for any further use. The government of Rajasthan has shown its commitment to tackle the increasing menace of cybercrime by creating a new vertical under the recently created post of DGP Cybercrime. The purpose is to deal with cybercrime in a focused, organized and planned manner in coordination with all stakeholders which are present today. A state-of-the-art cybercrime and cybersecurity lab is in the process of being set up. Rajasthan Cybercrime Coordination Center R4C, on the lines of Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center I4C, is also on the cards. The modus operandi of cyber criminals is not only innovative like phishing, wishing, ID theft, cyber stalking, cyber bullying, child pornography, various kinds of online frauds like Nigerian fraud, OLX frauds, man in the middle fraud, etc., but also with a fast changing and evolving and dynamic technology, the adaptive skills of cybercrime criminals are also keeping pace. Therefore, the law enforcement agencies must be a step ahead of the cyber criminals. Efficient and effective long-term response to cyber crime includes coordination, data collection, and effective legal frameworks. Strengthening the linkages between the law enforcement agencies, academic institutions, and the private sector with increased public knowledge of cybercrime risks, leading to a sustainable response and greater deterrence, are creating a cybercrime resilient ecosystem in the state. An effective way to tackle cybercrime is opening a joint front involving all stakeholders and a massive awareness campaign. To begin with, to accomplish this task, I am glad to introduce you to Rakam. Rajasthan's Police Cybercrime Awareness Mission. An initiative by Rajasthan Police to join hands and partner with all the stakeholders to deal with digital threats and cybercrime. By creating a joint morcha of police, people and professionals across sectors with IT companies, academia, banks, ethical hackers, etc., Rakam aims to provide a secure cyberspace. We also propose to network with various national and international agencies and cyber security agencies to create an online network of professional volunteers across the globe to assist Rajasthan Police in not only keeping pace with the fast changing modus operandi of cyber criminals, but also to outsmart cyber criminals. And this is a leaf we have taken out from Kerala, and I must thank Manoj Ibrahim for giving that idea to us. Rakam, on the one hand, will collaborate with technology companies and academic institutions in providing technical expertise and capabilities to assist Rajasthan Police in fighting cybercrime, and on the other hand will create cyber literacy, which is the single most effective weapon to deal with cybercrime. Through various awareness campaigns like this seminar and hackathon portal which we will launch today. With this introduction of cybercrime scenario in Rajasthan and the steps we are taking to handle this, I would request Shri Sanjay Agarwal, who is also the convener and the chief coordinator and the main pillar in organizing yesterday's seminar also and today's seminar also. He is the ADGP Railways in Rajasthan Police. I would request him to first introduce the eminent speakers and then take the proceedings of this seminar further. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. A very good morning to all. It is indeed a very refreshing sight to see so many young professionals, members of the Confederation of Indian Industries, and students today in this auditorium. I would like to share that there is another auditorium just adjoining this, slightly smaller, which is also full of students. Respected Director General of Police, Shri Umesh Mishra Sahab, all the members, our distinguished guests on the dais, it is indeed a pleasure to be part of this seminar today. The increasing integration of web technologies in everyday life, along with the popularity of social networks and the development of mobile technology, contribute to the creation of an optimal environment for various types of cybercrime and the dissemination of illegal content on the internet. Cybercrime is now an ever-present element of society. It does not discriminate between individuals, entities, government, everyone and everything is at risk. Traditionally, law enforcement agencies run the entire criminal justice process, responding to an incident, investigating the crime, and prosecuting the perpetrators. When it comes to cybercrime, the private sector and the academia plays an instrumental role due to a combination of factors. Preventing and investigating cyber crimes requires significant technical skills and capabilities. Law enforcement agencies have either lagged behind the private sector in developing these skills or do not have the necessary resources at the same scale as private sector organizations. Moreover, cyber criminals abuse privately owned infrastructure to carry out their crimes. The only way forward in the new context is to enable stronger operational collaboration between the public and private sectors to fully avail the parties of all the tools and jurisdictions needed to successfully reduce cybercrime. Standard law enforcement practices are not enough any longer. Tailor-made tools are required. Most importantly, law enforcement and business must collaborate to address this pressing issue. Police should partner with cybersecurity companies, tech companies, service providers, national and state organizations, information sharing communities, universities, academic research institutions, and other non-profit groups. It is high time that we all came together. And Rakam, which was launched by Director General Cybercrime today itself, is the first step in this direction. It is indeed an honor to host such a reputed and extraordinary bouquet of speakers in the seminar on cybercrime. They are acknowledged experts in their fields and have decades of experience and a very large body of work behind them. They represent the most important stakeholders and have worked ceaselessly for creating platforms for police-public partnership in tackling such crimes. Without taking any more time, I would like to introduce the first speaker of the day. Mr. Manoj Abraham, who is my friend, guide and accomplice in many things, is currently the Additional Director General of Police, Thiruvananthapuram, and the Head of Cyber Security in Kerala State. As SP, he has been District SP for 3 districts, and that was followed by a 7-year stint as Commissioner of Police of Cochin and Thiruvananthapuram cities, and a 5-year tenure as IGP Thiruvananthapuram range. He has done a lot of work in the area of community policing, Maitri and Jana Maitri. He has also co-authored a book called Global Community Policing, Problems and Prospects, which was published by the reputed Taylor and Francis publications. In the area of cybercrime, he is the chief architect of the Cocoon Conference, which is held annually on the theme of public-private partnership for enhancing cybersecurity. I would like to add that Kerala is one of the most frontline pioneer states in having a PPP model where they are working in very close partnership with the private sector. He is also the architect of Cyberdome, a center for private-public participation in cyber policing, which has become a model center for cyber security in the PPP domain. He has won many national and international awards in the area of cybercrime and cybersecurity, which includes the Interpol honor, Be a Champion for Child Protection, for the work done with regards to preventing online crimes against children. In the area of traffic management, cybercrime, he has introduced various innovative projects. He also heads the Banking Frauds Division, Cyber Research Division, Kerala Sports and Kerala Police Welfare Division, the CSM Stadium, the police canteens, and has been attributed for bringing many innovative changes in these areas of police work. He appears to be a modest, but he is an acknowledged expert. He has done a lot of work in cybercrime. His work has been appreciated not only in the country but across the globe. It is my honor and privilege to ask him to come and address this august audience.
Very good morning. It's respected DGP sir, respected senior officers. Indeed a privilege and honor to come here and attend this important seminar on Rajasthan Police Divas. I would really like to thank and humbly appreciate DGP Rajasthan, DGP Crimes, DGP Cybercrimes, DGP Railways, and all the people behind this important seminar where you have got all the stakeholders together work on cyber security, because that's one of the most important things that we need to handle in the present times. Just to go to my presentation, whatever, I just want to set the setting because I'm the first speaker. Many eminent speakers like Sanjay Sahai sir is to speak after me. He's one of the most renowned speakers in the area of cyber security. So I'll just set the setting, give you a brief understanding of what the threat landscape is, though DGP Cybercrime has said a few things already. And I'll give you what we need to do in this world of cybercrimes. Can I have that presentation, please? So I'll be looking at the threat landscape, what we have, and we'll look into how we can handle that. We all know that I'll be going at a speed of 5G with the slides, so kindly bear with me. I hope to finish my presentation in half an hour. So the speed will be a bit higher, so kindly bear with me. We are in the middle of a technology revolution. When I say the middle of a technological revolution, I don't know when the end is. I don't think there's going to be end. It's not like the industrial or the agrarian revolution. Technology has come and changed everything that we see in the present times. We have disruptive technologies coming in. Technologies that disrupt the way we communicate or we go about doing our business or the way we do our studies or education, training. We have AI, we have chat GPTs coming in, we have all kinds of AR, VR, you all know about it. Basically comes and disrupts the system of how human being, the basic paradox of how human being exists is being changed. Now the technology, what is happening in the recent times or what is the trend is all these new disruptive technologies or all the technologies that are there are converging also, they are integrating. This is a good thing with a lot of services being rendered to the police, communication becoming easier, services getting more smoother, time gap reducing, a lot of good things are there, but this has opened up a Pandora box for cyber security issues also. It has been a state of opportunity for the cyber criminal also, which we need to understand. So there is a moot question in cyber security, and it's particularly relevant for we police officers also. When we say that whether foolproof security has been ensured, if we go to a bandobast, if we go to a building, our question is generally whether we have foolproof security. So in the cyber realm, that's the first question that generally you ask, whether you have perfect cyber security. Can you have perfect cyber security? Now the members from the industry are also there. The question in the industry is also, can we have perfect cyber security? Is it a myth? Is it a misconception? This question was answered way back in 2012 by the FBI director, Robert Mueller, who said there are two kinds of companies in the world, one that have been hacked and one that are going to be. He pointed out very clearly that there is nothing that is not hackable, that security is an elusive concept. And this was further codified by another FBI director way back in 2014 when he said there are two kinds of companies in the world that have already been hacked by the Chinese and that they don't know, the companies that don't know they have already been hacked by Chinese. Which brings us to the moot question that everybody has been hacked or everybody is hackable, and that is cyber security. Perfect cyber security is just a myth. And with data, which is the new oil, earlier we think, when we think of cyber crimes or any other crimes, money is one of the main motives. But now it's data being stolen left and right from everybody, because data is the new oil now. And you look at the top companies in the world, Facebook, LinkedIn, Sony, you name it, everybody has been hacked and data stolen, because data is money. There are people who are ready to buy data. All kinds of data is available, and data is the new money and the new source of crime in the digital world. Of course, everybody knows of the coronavirus. It changed the digital landscape in the sense that most of the things had to be online. Most of the companies had to be online. The education became online. Everything became online. And when you do something at a very fast pace or aggressive pace, what is compromised is security. And that is what happened. The cybercrime rate went almost 300% up around the globe. And this was one of the major factors that led to it. The present figures, if you look at the ransomware attack, DGP cybercrime was just talking of the Ames ransomware attack. We have ransomware attacks happening every 11 seconds. There is a ransomware attack happening now in the world. Ransomware has grown, and that's one of the major current problems in the digital landscape. You have ransomware going on to sensitive industries, hospitals, the oil companies. You have various sensitive agencies being affected by ransomware. Ransomware is coming to the mobile phones also. Imagine your mobile phone suddenly is hit by ransomware. Everything is encrypted. You can't use it at all. Everything is encrypted. So that kind of crimes are coming up. Ransomware as a service. There are people available in the darknet who will give you the complete service of ransomware. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to use the ransomware. You don't have to buy. You just have to give a supari, like you give a supari, saying that his company go attack karo, then he will do everything for you. So the ransomware as a service is a very known concept now. You just have to pay, and they will do the ransomware attack for you. Now, if you look at this map, it will look like a video game. It's actually a NOS map, which is a visualization of the cyber attacks that are taking place in the world live. Countries attacking here, that's a visualization of the cyber attacks that are taking place live. That's what we need to understand. The world is under cyber attack currently also. This is a famous statement by Lazarus Group, which is one of the most infamous groups attributed to North Korea, which says, who needs a gun when you have a keyboard? Keyboard is enough for anybody to attack anything. I'll come to a few incidents that you see on the screen, where actually using a keyboard, using just an internet connection, a cheap internet connection, you have got explosions happening in a different country. You have attacked physically the other country. The first screen that you see is a Turkey oil pipeline, where using just a computer internet connection, the hackers have gone in and caused an explosion in a Turkey oil pipeline. The hackers got it inside the system through the CCTV. The CCTV has generally the default passwords. Nobody really keeps good passwords for that. The hacker got in, he got into the system and removed the sensor that really senses the pressure of the oil inside the oil channel. He removed the sensor and then increased the pressure, and the oil actually exploded after a particular point of time when the pressure increased. So there was a huge explosion. It caused millions of loss to Turkey. Somebody sitting in some part of the globe actually triggered that explosion just by an internet connection. That's the important. The second one is again a German factory, steel factory, where a bomb, where an explosion again happened the similar way when the hacker went in and increased the heat level and caused an explosion in the steel factory, causing a huge loss to the steel factory and injuries to some of the employees working there. You have the famous Stuxnet virus, which was used by supposedly the US and Israeli government to derail the Iranian nuclear system. The virus went in, it affected the centrifugal system and damaged the system. So it is stated that the Iran nuclear program went back by 3 years. It was delayed by 3 years just because of a virus getting into their system as such. You have a lot of colonial pipeline attacks. You have one of the pipeline, the water system in Florida, attempted attack where the hacker got into the system and tried to add more caustic soda inside the water. Now, if you poison the water, which is supplying water to a particular city, it can actually cause a lot of damages. Of course, the crime did not happen because the alert person in the control room could actually detect that and stop it. But that is the power of the internet. That's the power of the cyber weapon that you have. You can actually cause physical explosions. You can actually cause damages. Millions of dollars the country will be affected. It's stated that if you hit the US power grids, say for 1 or 2 days, you can cause more damage than what the Twin Tower damage has come in physically. Not physically, of course, in financial terms. So if we hit the power grid through a ransomware attack and bring it down for say 2 or 3 days, you will cause greater financial loss to that country. So that is the power of the bomb as such. And now we have the hybrid warfare. The Russian-Ukraine war has shown that it's not the traditional warfare that is there. The hybrid warfare is there. Cyber warfare is one of the very important components. Not only the army, military, the air force only that is working. It's the cyber war group that is very crucial. You can cause a lot of damages because everything works through the computer systems now. So you have a lot of propaganda, diplomacy, disinformation campaigns attacking each other's electric systems, power systems, nuclear systems, etc. by the cyber warfare. So that is one of the major things that we are going to see now. The present trends, what we see in the criminal, in the wavefront also, a lot of criminals are now using AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning for furthering the cyber interests also, for hacking into softwares, for hacking into the encryptions, for sorting out encryptions. You can use AI and machine learning for that. A lot of cloud attacks. We generally now data everybody stores on the cloud. Most of the data of organizations, institutions are there on the cloud because we think it's safe, but a lot of clouds are under attack in the present times. IoT attacks, that's the Internet of Things, where we have connected devices. Now we know that everything is connected. Our CCTV system is connected to our mobile. Everything is a computer now, smart TV, smart refrigerators, everything connected. For a hacker, this is very, very useful because when you have connected devices, he just needs to go to the weakest device, get inside the system and hack into that. So we have a lot of IoT attacks coming now in the future also. Automated devices, now you have vehicles coming that are automated. You're coming, this opens up a new Pandora box for hackers also, where you can hack into those systems. We have people hacking into automated cars, automated devices, automated vacuum cleaners, and causing a lot of damages inside the house. Times are coming where airplanes are being hacked through the music systems. A lot of things are happening in the present times. Deepfake is a technology by which you can create fake videos, very real life videos of any person as such. You have deepfake videos of person speaking, and you just can't make it out. And with the social media coverage that we have, imagine any deepfake video being created just prior one day to the election, and the speaker coming and speaking something and really changing the electorate, or causing stock market scams also. And these deepfake technology is being used now for cybercrime. When you just ape your, suppose in some states we have voices of DGP also being fake, and somebody calling up some SHO and saying that you do this, you do that. Because with the technology, it's almost same. You can just not make out who is there, because the video, the voice, everything will be the same. So that's the technology that's being used. Quantum computing, that's the way it has changed, the basic way we compute everything. The passwords which were not breakable can easily be broken. The encryptions, we have a lot of encryptions now, everything is encrypted. But with quantum computing, the criminals can actually break it in no time, which had to take years, etc., can be broken in no time using quantum computing. We have attack on bitcoins. Bitcoins were supposed to be safe, but recent times we have a lot of attacks on bitcoins also coming up. 5G has come up. 5G is good for everybody. The speed has increased, the internet has increased, but it has opened up new avenues, new problems for the law enforcement, new avenues for cyber criminal, because the speed is there, the decentralized nature of 5G, it's opening up new problems. And of course, bank keys, that's where the primary money is, and traditionally also cyber criminals always are into the bank frauds, and we have major bank frauds happening around the globe, still happening. Many in India don't report it at all, but these are some of the major bank keys happen. And you should understand, if you look at the Bangladesh bank keys, a criminal, the hacker who came inside the Bangladesh server system, sat there for 8 months together, just watching the system, what is happening. He didn't do anything, he came, hacked into the system, and he was sitting there studying the entire system. And after 8 months, he has started operating on a particular holiday, on a Friday evening or on a Thursday evening, because Friday and Saturday are supposed to be holidays in Bangladesh. So they are ready to do all those waitings, retract their track, do everything, wait, plan out everything and do it. So that is how the cybercrime is developing. Just two statements, because the industry is also here. Generally, when we talk of the industry, when I go and talk to the industry also, they think it's only the big companies that are going to be attacked. I'm not a big company, I'm a small company. But you need to understand the figures. If you look at the figures of cybercrime attacks, 43% of the small enterprises are what were subjected to cyber attack in the past few years. Because that is where the security is weak. So cyber security is for everybody. It's not for the big enterprises alone. Even the small enterprises need to take care. And one of the major figures, this is very important for even the police officers and the industry people, because we need to understand most of the time, 93% of all the cyber crimes or cyber attacks which took place, it is the man in the middle or the person who has given way. It's not the system that failed, it's the man in the middle or the individual who was fooled through social engineering tactics, and he became the open door for the hacker to come in. So basically, just going fast, the attackers are becoming more smarter. It is not the earlier rookie that is attacking you. You need to understand it's the trained, the best in the field, the most biggest ethical hacker that's available in the country, because nation states are behind many of the attacks. The diversity of cyber attacks, very crucial for us law enforcement. Generally we go by modus operandi. We learn cybercrime investigation, or we learn, say, investigation of a murder case or investigation of a rape case, then we become adept in that. But the diversity of cyber crimes is so much that you train some police officer on investigating some crime today, and after 6 months it's redundant. That crime itself doesn't exist. New crimes are coming up. new modus is coming up every day. Every moment you find new diversity coming up. You have that data theft shifting to data manipulation in the industry where competition is there. That's another major problem that's coming up. And one of the major things that we police officers who, even in the industry also, who look at jurisdiction, we work with jurisdiction, Rajasthan, Kerala, in the police station we look at jurisdiction. Cybercrime is something that takes all these jurisdictional aspects away. It's a world without borders. Anybody sitting anywhere in the globe can actually attack the system here. Anybody sitting in Romania can attack a bank in Jaipur. So that's one of the major impediments to cybercrime investigation. And one of the major things, lack of know-how, both in the industry and among the law enforcement to navigate these systems. If you talk of the darknet, not many know of the darknet. You must have read it, but you don't know how to navigate. You don't know how to go and collect information or what to do or how to handle those challenges that are there. The anonymity, that's one of the major things. If you go to a police station anywhere in the country and say that my system has been attacked by ransomware, so most probably the SHO will slap you and send you back. What ransomware? Kahan se aa gaya? Because there is a total lack of awareness, and then we want to shut our eyes because it's not physically seen. Any rape or any murder is physically seen. This is not seen. So we tend to close our eyes. And that's why many of the cyber crimes, almost 90% of the cyber crimes are not reported at all. And even if it's reported, it's just ignored. That's why it doesn't come in. That's one factor that we need to really handle. And darknet, as sir also mentioned, that's one of the underworld of all crimes where all the banned substances are being sold. Most of the police forces are not aware of that. We need to have specialized cells looking into that because it's growing, and in the country also it's growing to a great extent where a lot of data is being sold through that, drugs are being sold, all kinds of banned substances are available. So what I want to just conclude in that initial part is that security has become a very complex issue, not only for the police officer, law enforcement officers like us who are handling cyber crimes, which makes cybercrime detection or investigation of cybercrimes very difficult. Even for the CISO or for the industry, you are from the industry, securing your own resources is a very, very complex issue. It's a very task that you really need to work on. And that's where I just want to emphasize three major points: the skill set, the mindset, and the tool set. The skill set, the mindset, the tool set. Because we need to understand, as I told you, it's very difficult to actually investigate or detect something because the world is your borders, the technology, the encryption makes it all the more difficult to detect any cybercrime. So it's very important that we prevent cybercrime. And for prevention, we need to have three different things. And one of the most important things, one that we emphasize and you should also emphasize, is the human firewall. When we talk of technology, when we talk of devices, the most important person is the human, because I told you 93% of all the crimes, it's the human that is giving way. It's the man in the middle who is giving that backdoor entry for the criminal to come in. So this human has to be a firewall. Now this human firewall has a lot of dimensions. Firstly, every individual in the society, from the citizen down, because we are using digital resources, we are going into online banking, we are doing all on Facebook, on social media. So we have to follow all those do's and don'ts. It's important for the enterprise, it's important for the government, it's important for the nation states also. So all the individuals in the country, cybersecurity is very important for them. We need to have security awareness. It's very important for everybody. When we are using the social media, when we are using our banks, the do's and don'ts of cybersecurity, the principles of cybersecurity needs to be there. That's why these seminars on cybersecurity awareness is so very important for everybody, from students down to the highest level. Cybersecurity awareness is crucial. And of course, we require trained cybersecurity forces also, like the cyber cells, the cyber police stations, because you will have technical crimes which require greater skills, and you need to train those police officers also. You need to train your CISOs also, the cyber security expert within your organization. You need to train them, and that has to be a constant training also. So that is very important, and that's what these institutions are doing. And what I emphasize on also, looking at the way that cybercrime is increasing, and even the traditional crime, most of the traditional crimes, there's some 50-70% of cybercrime involved. We need to have 100% cyber literate force also. That's very important, Because in the police station, when somebody comes out, I told you about a ransomware attack, what is the response of the police? They should have basic awareness. So we need to drive the police forces, because the way technology is changing, the systems are going to change very fast. In 2-3 years down the line, we need to have 100% cyber aware, literate police force who knows at least the basics of it. Forget about the cyber cell, which will have more technical knowledge. This is cyber security. It's very important. You can't be the pillion rider. Generally, we have somebody driving the motorcycle rider and the pillion sitting behind doing all the things. In cyber security, that's not possible. Everybody has to be having the know-how on how to handle that. And this is particularly important for the industry also. The CISO or anybody who is doing cyber security, he should be aware, he should have all the technical skills to handle that. You can't be a pillion rider. You need to have the knowledge also. Now, coming to the industry, there is one of the biggest problems that the world says is there is a skill gap. There is a gap on the number of cyber security professionals that you have in the world. It's estimated that 4 million people are lacking in the cyber security industry. There's a huge skill gap, and we need to fill that, because now more and more digital resources are coming up. Everybody is getting digital. You need to have this gap filled up. And the skill gap also is very important. It's not the ready-made skills that I'm talking of. You just go to a university, study and come back and then you're an expert. No. This skill gap or this skill has to be basically learned, acquired, built over the time. Because I told you, technology is changing, the attacks are changing. It has to be on the ground. It has to be acquired. So basically, when you come inside, it's not like you have studied everything, now I'll just survive throughout my career. No, it's a constant updation. You have to build one skills over the other. The soft skills, the scripting skills, the technical skills, everything has to come. You have to build. And similar is for the police officer also. If you are working in the cyber cell, it has to be a continuous activity. You have to keep on upgrading your skills, because you can't remain with something that you have learned now. Next year, you are totally redundant. So it's a continuous building up those skills also, which is very important. And particularly for the industry, I told you, man in the middle, it's important for anybody working in the IT sector or in the police IT resources, in the CCTNL. I told you, man in the middle attack is there, where the human element is the one who have been compromised, sending a malicious email or anything. So we need to really tell our employees, teach our employees, make them aware of the security protocols they have to follow. Most of them work from home. You don't have security features in your homes to really look into all those security aspects. So they have to follow all the do's and don'ts also, which is very important. So that is where we secure the human firewall. A lot of aspects are there, but human firewall is one of the most important things, or the skill set that you have. Second, of course, is the mindset or the passion that you have. The mindset is also one of the most important things in the cyber. Where do you put security first? Now, in the police department also, or in the government, generally, you build in a software, you build in anything. Security is the thing that you take it last. You build a building, and then you think of security. Where do I keep the cameras? Where do I keep the person? Where do I keep the guard? That's what our general attitude is. So what I emphasize on is security by design. You're making a house, you make a house, you have a particular budget, you make a house, then you think of, you have some more budget, okay, मैंने servants के लिए quarters नहीं बनाया, ठीक है, मैं servant का quarter मैं add कर देता हूँ. Then I don't have a bathroom, I'll add a bathroom. I don't have a garage, I'll add a garage. Then I'll finally think of where will I keep the security, how will I close this door. That is not the concept. It's not security by default, security by design. You have to start with security. The moment you build something, you build a software, you start with the coding, you start with the security aspect there. You build a house, you build an organization. So in cyber security, it's very important that security is built by design in the initial stage itself. And that's very important, at least in the future. Whatever systems that we are building, technical, otherwise, security has to be there by design. And that's what I emphasize on is the mindset. Generally, police, we work in silos. We think that we are a confidential department, we are handling cybercrime, so we need to work in silos also, which is not going to work in the cyber world. And we have shown in the last 3 years, as respected officers were mentioning here, public-private participation is one of the most important things if you want to succeed in cyber security. Because you can't handle everything alone. We have built a concept of Cyberdome, which is a participative mechanism of all the stakeholders in the field. Basically, the universities, the IT industry, the ethical hackers, the companies, the banks, you name it, everybody, we have it. Now, presently, I don't want to go into the great details of that. We have cyber domes in 3 places. I have a strong strength of around 200 companies working with me, a lot of 20 odd international agencies working with me, 30 odd universities working with me, a very strong posse of students 17-year, 18-year-old, around 8,000 students working with me, ethical hackers 4,500 working from around the globe. Now, what is my strength? Tomorrow I have a ransomware attack. Suppose a bank in Kerala is attacked. Now my policeman goes there, he doesn't know that it must be the latest ransomware. You had the Ames attack where the ransomware came in. What do I do? What does my cyber cell person do? He doesn't know anything. But I have a strong strength of around 5,000 guys online available with me with the latest technical knowledge, whatever the best in the field available, who can guide me in what I have to do or what I need to do to bring it back or to go in for any decryption or how should I investigate. So that is a strength that you have. And the companies are also working with you. The banks are also working with you. So that is a great strength. And in cyber security, that's very important. Even for investigation of cyber crimes or for ensuring cyber security, this public-private partnership is very good. It's very good that Rajasthan Police has called all you stakeholders and have started this new initiative. I'm sure it's going to be very successful. It's a very time-tested means that without participation, it's not going to happen. Cyber security only can be ensured through that. We have been doing that for the past 5 years. Be the hunter. That's what we try to prevent cyber crimes. As I told you, it's detection is very difficult. So it is trying to prevent cyber crimes that we keep on emphasizing on. Every stakeholder is important. Everybody using from down students. We actually work with the film fraternity also, the film industry, to ensure that the piracy doesn't happen. So everybody who is there in the digital space has to be a stakeholder, because when you get together, you can actually prevent the cyber crimes. Anybody coming and telling you that my film has been pirated on the net, before that, if we can intervene and ensure that this film is not pirated, that's going to be successful. So you need to work with all those stakeholders, which is very important. One of the important problems for the industry is the FUD problem, that is the fear, uncertainty and doubt which the CISO has. We need to really get on to that. We need to work together and ensure that the FUD problem is removed. And for the industry, I say that we need to understand that there is no perfect security. We need to be prepared to be hacked. Anytime you can be hacked, we need to be prepared to be hacked. We need to have a proper mitigation policy so that we bounce back. That's what the policy should be. Very quickly on to the tool set. Everybody knows about the technical skills. Without the technical skills, you have good manpower, you have good training, you have the right mindset, but if you don't have the tools, you can't do anything. Specialized lab, that is what is required, even for the industry, for the police forces. Most of the police forces don't have 24/7 labs to handle malware or dark web or things. We need to have it because many things are happening on the dark web. When your officers came in to Kerala, I showed them the crimes happening over the online crimes against children happening. We have a map where you can actually map online crimes against children on the darknet. The crimes are happening everywhere. We can only handle the crimes that are happening in Kerala. It is happening in Rajasthan, it's happening throughout the country. But if we don't monitor, if we don't do that, we will not know about it. Our children will continually be under exploitation. So it's very important that 24/7 labs are available, technical skills are available, the tools are available so that we keep on 24/7 monitoring that. We need to use a lot of artificial intelligence, machine learning to handle that. The police needs to do that. Because we can do a lot of, the system will actually monitor the dark web for you if you have the right tools. These are technical terms, so I'll quickly go through that. There are many concepts of layered security, integrated security for the CISOs. It's very important that you put in various layers so that you're not hacked, or you put in integrated systems where all your software and hardware are talking to each other so that you're secure. There is also a debate on open source software and commercial software. Open source software has its advantages with no price, but you require, in many places, you require commercial software also, because the technicalities of all these crimes are so very difficult now to handle that you require tailor-made software, so you can make it also. So for the industry, the internet security protocols have to be followed. It's very important that you follow all those security protocols if you want to remain, because without following those, you are a sitting duck for any hacker to come in. Active cyber defense, you have to be proactive. That's why I tell the industry, I tell the police officers also that we can't traditionally we function with complaints. In the cyber world, you can't do that with just complaints coming in, because many of the complaints, 90% of the complaints will not come. So you have to proactively go and work towards this system to ensure that such crimes are detected. Backup management plan, very important for the industry. You can be hacked, so you need to have proper backup. You need to have some funds also. I think some darknet took over in between. So it's a constant cat and mouse game. Cybercrime investigation, cyber security is a constant cat and mouse game. You can't rest on your laurels. You can't rest thinking that today I have put in the best system, so I can't be hacked. No. Tomorrow, any backdoor can come in. So it's a constant cat and mouse game between cyber criminals and cyber security. And one last thing that I want to say is about building a one nation protocol in handling cyber crimes. This is what is lacking, this high time that we build that across the country, because anybody sitting now, you have people in UP hacking into systems in Kerala, you have OTB crimes, people sitting somewhere and taking money out of that. And many of these crimes are unreported, many of the crimes are not, nothing is happening. And this is a boost to the criminal, because 5,000, somebody losing 5,000 rupees in Kerala is not a matter to me, because I can't spare a policeman, send him to UP, spending 20,000 rupees for getting that 5,000 back. So I generally ignore it. And if you take this cumulative figure of this 5,000, it's a huge one. What we need to have is at least, it's actually, we concentrate on international platform. We need to have a new world order, international world order to have investigation of cyber crimes. But at least let us think of a one nation theory, one nation protocol to have cyber crimes. I have a crime, I have somebody sitting here, we can coordinate over the net and investigate those crimes. So that's very important. I'm sure it's in the future, it's going to be big discussion. Already I think MHA is going into that. Just to conclude, perfect cyber security is a myth. It doesn't exist. So we need to understand that cybercrime is not going to go. We cannot eliminate it from the net altogether. It will be there. It's going to increase. It's going to get more complicated. The technical nature of the cybercrime is going to get extremely cumbersome and complicated. Our existing systems are not able to handle it. We need to coordinate. We need to come together. We need to really harp on this three skills of skill set, mindset, and tool set. And these has to blend together if we want to be successful. And finally, as I told you, all the stakeholders need to come together. The public-private participation needs to be there. We all need to work together. We all have to contribute. And we need to work together to ensure that our cyberspace is secure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manoj, for a very comprehensive overview of the cyber world. What I found most interesting was this concept of human firewall, the blending of skill set, mindset, and tool set or technology. And also when you were discussing about 100% of our policemen should be cyber literate. That is very important. And our next speaker is a very unique blend of being a police personnel, a police officer of very high repute, and an entrepreneur. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. Sanjay Sahay. He is a postgraduate from St. Stephen's College, Delhi. He belongs to the 1989 batch of the Indian Police Service, born on the Karnataka cadre. He took voluntary retirement in March 2020. He has accomplished a high degree of professionalism in wide and varied assignments. He has worked as Superintendent of Police in 3 districts, as Inspector General of Eastern Range, headquartered at Devangere, and 2 UN missions in Yugoslavia and Southern Sudan. He has headed the Karnataka Police Computerization, State Crime Records Bureau, and the Police Communications. He is the National Coordinator for the Bureau of Police Research and Development research project on effectiveness of CCTV in law enforcement in 6 cities of India. He is also a cybersecurity expert with the National Commission for Women. He created the technical framework for integrated command and control center for the state. He has started a daily post in September 2016, and besides technology, he writes on management, governance, and self-improvement. He brings in a unique flavor of interdisciplinary approach, and he is a motivational speaker also. He is a pioneer and leading expert in cybersecurity with end-to-end expertise from critical infrastructure, cyber breaches to cyber forensics. He is a leading expert. After he sought voluntary retirement, he has created a technology consultancy aggregator, TechCon Pro Private Limited, a pioneering platform worldwide. He is also the founder and mentor for Center for CCTV Research Center at RB College of Engineering, Bangalore. So it is a privilege to now call you to address this audience. Sir.
Good morning. Hello. Can you hear me? So first and foremost, a very sincere thanks to Sanjay Agarwal for giving me such liberal compliments early in the morning. So we start with that, and I'm thankful to Rajasthan Police for having invited me here on the occasion of Rajasthan Divas and provide me the opportunity to stand in front of you and express a couple of thoughts. We'll get into the backdrop of the whole exercise as we move further. First and foremost, I thank DGP Rajasthan, Mr. Umesh Mishra, who is also a batchmate of mine, Dr. Ravi Prakash Meherdatta, DGP Cybercrime first, DGP Cybercrime, and my co-panelists, Dr. Soumitra Sandhya, Professor IT Jodhpur, Mr. Ankur Tripathi, CIO AW, Small Finance Bank, Abhinav Mantia, CII Rajasthan, and most importantly, the speaker just before me. So Manoj has set the record straight. So I need not get into whatever he has talked about and how it has impacted you and how it is impacting you. I would like to ask one simple question. How many of you have experienced cyber insecurity? How many of you have experienced cyber insecurity? All of you. How many of you feel competent to handle cyber insecurity? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much will you, or what number you will ascribe to your present fear psychosis pertaining to cyber security or insecurity, whichever way you take it? 3. So by the time we finish with the lecture, might be 10 and beyond. Police officers, I will not talk about police officers. We'll keep it under wraps. How many of you come from cyber security background? Very few. How many of you have read about cyber security in the recent past? All of you. So we are in a state which is known as the imperfectly perfect digital life. Imperfectly perfect digital life, where you spend 24/7 on the digital mode, whereas you have a fear psychosis of 95% to 195% and you're still comfortable. So this is the paradox in which we live in. Yesterday when I landed here, yesterday evening, I thought I was supposed to speak on cyber threat resilient ecosystem, and I prepared accordingly. But having talked to my colleagues here, they were of the opinion that anyway people will talk about cyber threat resilient ecosystem or whatever you call, cyber crime and variety of other things. Why not you help us to understand how does the police create an ecosystem by which we can thwart this particular crime or create a cyber security posture which is one of its kind, a whole mechanism which most of us don't understand, And most of us have not gone through the journey. So Manoj before me and two of the speakers after me, I am convinced of the fact, will take you through the journey of cyber security in a very, very brilliant manner from CDR5 to GPT-4. So that is the journey they will take you through. I'll take you on a very different journey, unlike most of my lectures. We will take you through a journey on how to create an ecosystem which will ready all of us to face the menace of cybercrime. So making policing evolve with technology is the thought with which we start this lecture. I have been given half an hour and I will beg some ignorance of time as we move forward. So this is where we go. So it's time to ponder. The police is at crossroads. We are in a digital mess. We don't know where to come out of it, how to come out of it. It's a morass. It is a quicksand. So policing at crossroads, can we continue the way we are? Can we? Can we not? I'm not asking the police. But what about you guys? Are you convinced of the fact that the police which you have is sufficient enough to take care of your problem? So there is general unison of mind, thought and expression that the police today does not have the competence to handle cybercrime. Right or wrong? So this is what we hear. So there is an urgent need in the present system for our existential crisis. We have to handle this existential crisis with the police, without the police, together with the police, and police being in the vanguard of security, intelligence, crime, literally everything which saves our life. We have to do under their leadership. They have been the vanguard of our security and our existence, so we cannot continue the way we are. So towards a tech-enabled multi-stakeholder policing ecosystem, this is the topic which I have assigned to myself. These guys did not give me that topic. They gave me a different topic. So I think this is a very sensible sort of approach in a conference of this nature. Might be this is the beginning or a very pioneering conference or a pioneering seminar to take Rajasthan police in a direction which it should go, having futurism, skills and large capabilities in mind, which we need as we move further. Correct? So this gentleman, who is this gentleman? Steve Jobs. With 3 screens, it looks nice from this side. So, okay. So he had a very firm conviction that you should control 360 degrees of your ecosystem. So unless you don't control 360 degrees, you are in control of nothing. And as you will realize in cybercrime and cyber security and variety of other things, the weakest link, correct, is who is the weakest link? In an exam, who is the weakest link? The student is the weakest link. Correct. In a cybercrime, who is the weakest link? Correct. So the weakest link is the consumer, the user. Then who is the second weakest link? Who is not able to investigate is the second weakest link. Okay. So this is where we are, and this gentleman had something which we called as a distorted reality field. And his distorted reality field became reality by the time he died. And the reality of other people, it was decimated to dust. So this is where we are. So we have to think in future. So as we move further, a bit of a marketing from my side. So this is the company which I own. I started in 2021. It is known as TechCon Pro. It is out of my victim's experience for nearly 20 years while being in the IPS, which I faced because of consultants, system integrators, OEMs and variety of other characters who used to become bottlenecks in most of the big ID projects. And you would have read of income tax project also. So there are variety of projects which have been impacted by the IT ecosystem. It's not raising fingers or anybody, but this is the way our whole ecosystem is. So my job as the founder director of this company is to provide technology solutions into very, very nagging business, governance or technology problem. And if it is a business governance problem, the solution is technology. So I'm convinced of the fact that technology is the solution to literally anything and everything, as long as you are able to enmesh the domain into it. So this is where it is. And one point which I want to pick up for this particular lecture is the technology's credentials. So is the credential of the technologist, credential of the practitioner, credential of the domain guy, which is extremely important. And without that, nothing is going to happen. We will get you the PPT. PPT can be distributed to everybody. There is absolutely no privacy with regards to PPT. And this is the 9 areas in which we work. We will not get into the verticals. And our job is teaching technology solutions. So we are back to business. Are we sure of our business requirements? Yes or no? Are you sure of the business requirements? Whether it's the police or the industry or academia or research? Yes or no? How many yes, how many no? No. Rest all of you are sure of your business requirement. You know what training to take, you know what product to use, you know the process by which it should happen, you know what will be the impact of which action you take. Do you know? Don't you know? You don't know. So finally only one guy raises his hand and finally everybody says no. So this is the nature of the audience. And today, fortunately, I am not speaking on cyber security, but I will speak on cyber security. 4 minutes down in my lecture, I ask how many of you come from computer science, and 90% raise their hand that they are coming from computer science. 20 minutes down the line in the same lecture, I ask the same question. It comes down to 20%, and 40 minutes down the line in the same lecture, there is hardly anybody who claims that is coming from computer science. So that is the nature of capability and expertise, and also the confidence, grit, and perseverance which we have about the knowledge which you have created in us, about the expertise we have created in us, and our capability as a practitioner. And that disease is also there when it comes to cyber security. So we are not sure of our business requirements. Yeah. Correct. So when I was trying to create what is known as Police IT 2000 in the year 2008, and it was Police IT 2000. What does it mean? That the project started in 2000 and I took over in 2008, and Wipro was the technology provider, which they didn't even know that they are building an ERP solution. They thought it is just a software of police. So that is nearly all. And mostly we are bothered either about our salary, billing, invoice, and money transfer, completion, utilization, and the like. Correct. So Police IT 2000 software, it was in the final development. Deployment was a requirement in the year 2008. What did it turn out to be? Because now Rajasthan Police is getting onto a journey of a similar type, not at the level and at the, nascent stage or lack of understanding which was here in the 2008. Nonetheless, having all these things change in a manner which it has, I think the journey is still as difficult. It is something like a geostationary orbit. So it was as difficult then, as difficult now, but it is positioned at a different place and a different setting. So what did it turn out to be? So giving you a fair idea what it turned out to be, I am trying to explain what is the Karnataka composite computerization model. This is what you require. It's generally thought that we come up with ideas and things will fall in place. Nothing is going to fall in place. It takes time, it takes methodology, it takes effort, it takes money. It literally takes anything and everything to make things happen. So need-based model, infrastructure and trained manpower, and you come down. So we created a skeletal data center, creation of uniform broadband networking. So it was a networking on MPLS and VPN broadband, and when it was brought to VPN over broadband, 80% of it, the cost came down by 80%. So a cost of a networking which is say a 5 crores comes down to nearly 1 point some crores. See, the whole game is very, very different. What you hear in lectures and seminars is radically different from what actually happens. It is like a business case study. When you go to business school and you read a business case study, the first thing he says that Elon Musk, he decided in 2003 that I will make a Tesla car and that will revolutionize the world. It has never happened that way, it will never happen that way. So this is the whole step and the process, and I will request the police officers to go through this, and it will be of importance to everybody. Whosoever wants to create an ecosystem today by which you can handle cybercrime, cyber security and literally any other thing. 98% of all our transactions are digital today, and if 98% of all our transactions are digital, 98% of the evidence will also come out of the digital world. It will not come out of the physical world, and it is a complete misnomer that cybercrime you investigate in the manner we do. I think every single physical crime has a digital component. There is absolutely no crime today where there is no digital component. It might be a murder, it might be anything. Literally you take up anything because the digital footprint moves in a manner which is unimaginable. So these are the things we did. We are talking about lots of expertise. So specialized training for system integrators. These were the constables, 75 of them. We took them through MCSC and CCNA, and to put them through the whole exercise, it took around 2 years. And one of those guys, he was the data center head. And those 75 guys, 14 years down the line, still run the whole network, which Cisco might charge 50 crores in a year and still not deliver. So end of the day, it has to be organic, it has to be in your own skin. You cannot pick up Cisco's skin or Infosys skin or somebody else's skin and run your whole company. And the police itself is an IT company today. So we should have the capability of running a police IT company with regards to our objectives, our purpose, our thought process, our skilling, our training. Not only can we not become the pillion, even for a pillion you need literally anything and everything. See, we cannot do a post-mortem, but we can understand the post-mortem report. Today in the cyber world or in the digital age, we neither understand the post-mortem, nor do we understand the post-mortem report. So that is where we stand. And things are moving on. Because if there is ignorance all around the place, then everybody is fine and everybody is happy. If you move further, a data center, broadband networking, customized asset management software, even the procurement, I think procurement is the biggest game. If you don't understand procurement, if you don't understand your requirements, you don't know the licensing part of it, how do you move further? Anybody who has any idea of the IT world or running IT company or anything of that nature, if you don't understand all of these, I don't think you're going to reach anywhere. And one of the things which ails the police is that it is always short of funds. It's always short of funds. So that issue will remain. If I were to send 5 of you for some sort of a training, to where it costs 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs or any of the certification courses on most of the software. So that is not going to happen. So there is a professional management of police IT that can be done by professional officers who are at the mix of domain and at the and technology. So this is the way after this whole software was created and we got into user acceptance test. We found 1500 bugs, 2500 lines of coding with 1500 bugs. After 9 years of development, this is what a ERP, Indian ERP is like. And after gone through this whole UAT exercise, we came to a final conclusion that 500 bugs have to be dealt with. Correct. Otherwise, the software is not going to move ahead. So when I decided to roll out the software, it took me another 5 months to set right things and move forward. So this is the way you will have to take it further. So this is the evolution of police IT. Wherever you do, you need all these things. And if you are letting it out to somebody else, then you are running a risk. And what will have to happen to your data? Tomorrow, nobody will be there to help you out. So there has to be a specialist core team. Correct. So we have been talking about technology core team in Rajasthan. It has made a very good beginning. But to take it through on a long run, on a very, very roller coaster ride, it will not be a smooth ride. We need a specialist core team which will take you through the journey. A technocrat with a vision and leadership can only lead the way. So this is a requirement everywhere. And this is what we intend to do. It is a people, process, technology, infrastructure and governance. So it is a very, very complex setup which we need to create, we need to run. It is like running a police department on a digital mode. So there is a digital police which gets enmeshed in you. It will get subsumed in you. It will not be like your wireless stuff. It will be you who will have a digital skin. If there is somebody else who comes, then that is not going to happen. If instead of me as a police officer, if there is somebody else who comes and tries to deliver policing, that is not going to happen. It might be 80, 85, 90% of policing and might be 15% of technology, but if that 15% does not happen, then this is not going to move forward. So this is what we finally created. And on this, the CCTNS project also took shape. And most of the things went on, and Wipro became a partner there, and they took 6-7 years to bring it where it is. Now, yesterday I was having discussion with somebody, and then the whole data center is run by the state data center, and in which police is also a component, and we are unaware of the cyber security component of it. But tomorrow, if something happens, outsourcing, there are two types. One is the Indian type of outsourcing, where you give a work order, and you are happy that you gave the work order, the work and the system all to that guy, and if something happens tomorrow, you can hold him responsible. The other is the GE style of outsourcing. They gave their operations to Microland in Bangalore, and still they had 32 engineers in GE office to supervise what Microland was doing. So Microland in no way could escape even minutest of scrutiny. It's not the job that that fellow will do or he will not do. It is my job to ensure that he does it. It's as simple as this. See, we were hacked in 2015 by Pakistan. Our website was hacked. Within 4 hours, we were back. It's not that you will not get hacked. You might get hacked. 97% of the Fortune 500 companies have been hacked, and 3% don't know that they have been hacked. And I have been delivering lectures on cyber security for ages. Which is the most favorite password? So password happens to be the most famous password, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For all the lectures all around the world, and ransomware, and colonial pipelines, and JBS, and All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and Indian Oil Frontier Office in Guwahati, Reville, from Moscow to this place. Okay. So I'm just giving you a fair idea that people should not feel that I'm not conversant with cyber security. So we move forward. So this is the data center part of it. So this has to be in control of the owner department. If the owner department is not in control of this, directly or indirectly, the system will not function, and you will land into a system where you will not realize whether you have been hacked or not. The most unfortunate scenario is not of getting hacked. Let me repeat again. The most unfortunate scenario is not of getting hacked. The most unfortunate scenario is not knowing that you have been hacked. See, the crime, the hack to detection, the crime to detection, the time is nearly 200 days to 210 days as per FireEye, but there are instances wherever it is 10 and 12 years also. Correct. Think of a case wherein, a physical case, where the criminal and the victim stay under the same roof after the first offense has been committed for 7 months or 8 months. So this is giving you a world view understanding of what is happening. I will not take you through this, but this all things have to be maintained. Until unless you understand defense of depth, until unless you understand cyber security, it is not going to happen. You cannot threaten anybody and say, if you don't do this, this will happen, because he has 1001 ways and means of putting you on tender hooks the way he wants, and finally when there is an issue, you will not be able to do anything. We had the AIMS issue. We have a national critical information infrastructure protection cell, NIIPC. Now with all that, we don't know whether Rajasthan police is one of those critical infrastructures or not. We don't know. They are still into defining what a critical infrastructure is. They are taking their own sweet time. It's not only a question of boundary, it is also a question of the pace. It is like the email and normal post, which is known as a snail mail. And with the pace of a snail mail, where will you end up? You will end up like Colonial Pipelines or JBS, paying $5 to $6 million, $11 million to just get rid of the whole thing. Once you are properly hacked, once there is a serious ransomware attack, either you pay or you take 5 to 18 months, and anything with the cost of $18 million to $43 million to set it right, and then also is not going to set it right, and is a complete very neat distribution of duty from access brokers to second time ransom attackers. So I will not get into that life cycle. How do you supervise? How do you audit? So what Rajasthan police, the dream which they have and which we have been discussing with them, is to be a tech-enabled functional IT ecosystem. What would it be? Its contours. So what will be the contours? So these will be the contours. So you see, what nature of expertise you know, what nature of capability, how do you connect this? How do the human and the machine and the software and the network and the licensing, all these things come together? We are not getting into detailing of it, and this is only just one part of it. If you take it further, there is another part of it. So I give you some 30-35 items. All have to be brought together. It is not a fun game. Then how do we do it? We have to do with the wisdom of the hindsight. Because now there are lots of states which have gone through this. So there is a wisdom of hindsight, and today the resources which are available to you or which you can lay your hands on is much more than what it was 15 years back when I started doing this. So you have the wisdom of the hindsight. 360 degrees and IT ecosystem created and controlled by you. So this has to happen whichever way you start, in how many phases, the nature of resources, all that you can plan. But this is the only way it can happen. The consultant, system integrators, vendors, OEMs have brought us this far. Future has to be our own. It cannot be, see, you have to decide your own future. Nobody else can decide the future for you. And if you claim tomorrow that you are not a part of the narrative as it was opening up, nobody is going to listen to you, you will be left out of the race. As we are being left out in the Industrial Revolution 4 and we were left out in all the revolutions earlier. So what Rajasthan police is supposed to provide to the internal users and to the whole ecosystem, and also to whatever it lets out to the citizen, is confidentiality, availability and integrity. This is what any system provides. How do you provide this is based on the two slides which you went through and the nature of infrastructure which you intend to create, and resilience is the key. So getting hacked is the new normal. Getting hacked is the new normal, and death, taxes and getting hacked are three basic truths of life. So that is where we are. So it's not that whether you will get hacked or not. When you will get hacked is the only issue. So we move further. So this is the new normal, and we move further. Only tech expertise can deliver. So under these circumstances, what will deliver? It is only the tech expertise. When we were hacked, we went to a company, I'm forgetting the name. They asked for 35 lakh rupees only for the home page audit. Only for the home page audit. So anyway, we found ways and means, and we went forward and delivered whatever we did. How do we create resilience? So you go through this path, or you do a reverse engineering. How do you create it? So this is one of the mission which was provided to me as a part of one email or some message. So this is what they intend to create. Now all these words are pretty nice, but the point is, how do you break the intangible into tangible to a level that it can be executed? Now you pick up any word. The platform, collaborative platform to prevent. So what does it mean? What are the tangible actions? How much time, how much resources, in which manner, what will be consolidated or not? Finally, it should turn out to be one integrated whole. It cannot be that there are a number of integrated holes which will happen. It has to come out to one integrated whole. So that was the dream. Now we need a fully objective white paper. Correct. Then we also need the desired state. That was written in a visionary sort of a language, but that has to be brought to a very clear-cut desired state, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the gap analysis, and then the blueprint. Who is ready to write this tech documentation? And if you go to any of these big four or whatever these companies are, they will charge you 1 crore, 2 crores only to do this particular job. How does the capacity building happen? We have been talking of capacity building besides the infrastructure and all that. So this is the way we created. And there are lots of things which needs to be done 14 years down the line. So we created training infrastructure, mapping of end user, deployment of trainers. So it went on and on and on. Technical core group will be the game changer, and multi-expertise tech team has to be made. Nothing can happen without it. Expertise mapping is point number one. Whatever Manoj said, whatever everybody is talking about, at the end of the day, it has to be mapped to expertise. That expertise primarily should be, most of it, at least the main ones, inside the police where you can lay hands on. Next will be the industry. Next will be your virtual configuration. And these co-centric circles need to work on a daily basis. It cannot happen that today there is a ransomware attack and you throw it to them and they will be able to give you a reply or a solution. So it will not happen. So beginning of everything will happen here. So we are working on people, process and technology. So this is how all systems run. This is how the Rajasthan system also has to run. What about resources? If the whole thing costs say 50 crores, 100 crores, 1000 crores, 2000 crores, whatever, UP dial 100 is 2300 crores. The CCTNS was 2000 crores, got stuck up in 2018 and ran without funds for nearly 3 years or 4 years or so. ICJ saw the first funds 3, 5 years, 7 years after its creation or after its birth. So how, what do you do without the resources? How has been the police experience so far? I think anybody who is here knows what has been the police experience. Resourceless technology does not work. Resourceless technology does not work. OpenAI was funded $2 billion in 2015 and in 2022, 30th of November 2022, ChatGPT was born, and that has been the ultimate watershed moment in the history of technology and history of mankind. Nothing of that nature has happened in last couple of centuries, so to say. That is where we are. So money has to go in. Without money, nothing is going to happen. Technology is capital intensive. And we have to bring the whole system on mobility, because mobility is where we intend to go. And our infra. Say we have a data center and we have a video command center. Both are working independent of each other. The data does not talk to each other. So for our requirement, there has to be interoperability in all the systems which we have. Finally getting enmeshed into one single system, might be on a single sign-in, single sign-off concept. State database and big data analytics. So this has to happen as we move forward. We have a national database, we have a state database. How do we make the best advantage of it is less to the imagination of the police leaders here. Rajasthan Police ICT is integrated in thought, command, control, expertise and delivery. So this is what I have been talking about. And currently DG, who is in charge of cybercrime. So he has SCRB and other units also under his control, and it is high time that we bring information communication technology wing under one gamut, under one umbrella. So generally what has been happening, and I'm telling you the Karnataka experience, that 95% of communication and technology was being done by the State Crime Records Bureau. We called it the police computer wing there, and 5% was done by the your telecommunications part, your wireless part. For that 4-5%, we had 1500 people, and for this 95%, we had 70 people. So that is how it is working all around the country. So that is the legacy which we carry. This is the benefits which will happen if we have our own ICT backbone, and slowly they will pick up the technologies of the day. Are we in a digital mess, an imperfectly perfect life, which I have been talking about? Do we understand the world, or are we at the fringes? It is left to you. You can keep thinking about it. This is where we have come from curiosity to national security. So we had the US presidential elections 2016, which was hacked, and there are literally any number of other incidents which has been happening. We had that Cambridge Analytica. So it goes on and on and on the national GRU, the Russian intelligence agency. They have been doing a variety of things. So the whole world is in a permanent state of cyber war. It is a war of attrition which does not end, and you have to battle it out on a day-to-day basis. Today it is Ukraine, tomorrow there will be something else, third day there will be something else. So this is the whole kaleidoscope of whatever is happening from Lazarus to Sony. Now Sony, it is a very known production house. So when the hackers went inside it, they found 63 passwords on an Excel sheet. It is something like somebody comes outside my house and he is trying to pick a flower and tell him, please come inside, we have jewelry, we have everything inside. So it is something of that nature. So lip service to cyber security, I think, is doing the biggest damage. This is what we intend to create in Rajasthan. It has come through the Rajasthan IT department, and it is primarily on a cyber range, the center of excellence. Now these are things which will happen, and I just request that police should play a major role and a leading role as far as the simulated cyber range is concerned, because lots of our activities, inclusive of training and variety of other things, can happen on a cyber range. So this is where it is. I just wanted to make people aware of the fact that something of this nature is happening, and it has to be led by the police. A tested and tried model. It has happened many parts in this country where agencies, government agencies outside of the police have taken control of cyber security, claiming that cybercrime investigation belongs to the police and cyber security belongs to somebody else. And that is exactly which is happening at the federal level. Also, I'm out of the police, but generally, this is what is happening, and I think we should take care of this whole exercise. So, the whole problem behind cybercrime is you and me. 80% happens because of the human factor, it is ignorance, or that fellow gets cajoled, or he is not in the right state of mind, whatever it may be. So, 42% is misconfigured system and application, 6% vulnerable code, 31% end use error. Social engineering, I will not get into social engineering. Social engineering, however much we talk about it, keeps continuously going on, and people keep getting impacted. It is like the apartments being sold at a very cheap price. So, goes on ransomware, I will not get into the detail, whether we have the capability or not. One of the biggest cybercrime investigation has been Silk Road investigation in 2013 by the FBI, where 2 of the FBI agents were caught while they took a bribe of, I think, $5 million through Bitcoin. So, this is the capability and immutability of Bitcoin. Now, if you get into the San Bernardino case, so there it was this iPhone 5. So, that was not, they were not able to crack, and Apple was not interested in cracking it and doing whatever the FBI wanted. Cellbrite, they found some via media solution and they were able to get the data, and within 30 days, Cellbrite was hacked for that script. So, this is where it is. How do we investigate? Now, if you get into the metaverse, I don't know what is the capability which we require. Attribution is something which is literally unknown. 95% of the transaction we talked about, there is forensics in everything. So, up to date, cyber forensics infra and expertise is must. We will not get into details of investigation. So, we will come with a final thought. So, collaboration with digital forensics is a necessity, is not a choice. If you don't have digital forensics, any amount of training, any amount of other capability which you pick up, so nothing is going to happen. This is the only way it can happen. Standards, I think Manoj was talking about, preventive forensics is our future. When everybody talks about that most of the ransomware attacks, most of the other attacks, we are not able to get the attribution. Even if you are able to find who has done it, you will not be able to bring it to book. So, preventive forensic, it becomes our future. If you want to get intelligence of a variety of things, that is known as the open source intelligence. This is a very well-known framework. We still don't have a very good, robust, workable OSINT lab in the country which can take care of this. Now, this is the topic which generally goes untouched. So, video surveillance, I think it is a force multiplier, and it can do variety of things. I have been attending to variety of tasks in this area. We also did a project in 7 cities, of which Hyderabad turned out to be the best. But of the other 6 cities, all big cities, I am sorry to say that nothing much has transpired, but for the investment of our, we need to have a national CCTV protocol. Hackathon we have been talking about. I will not get into the details of the hackathon. I think we had 5 problem statements in 2019. We ran a hackathon in Bangalore. We were successful in it. We created the prototype, but after that, the nature of funding to make it into a commercial software, that did not happen. So, this was 2019, a fail-safe way to build an iterative and in a very organic manner that you can create a tech expertise which is very bubbly and at the right age can stay with you for 5 years, 10 years till the time they get their job or even after they get their jobs. So, this is the final thought, that creating tech expertise, synthesizing with the state of art tech infra for operations, maintenance, upgrade and to handle complex policing tasks, cybercrime, cyber security intelligence. So, all these things need to happen. It is a long haul for sure, but the police's serious technological transformation has to. There is absolutely no way out, there are absolutely no two thoughts. So, that has to happen. The earlier, the better. And there is Rajasthan police. Now, this whole thing, I have basically put it in one single line, that in its conceptualization, so in its conceptualization, the present journey which is starting or which has just started, creation and rollout, it would have a pioneering impact in the way police in India would go digital in the days to come. So, this I hope and it will become a role model. And one thing which you have to understand and keep on harping again and again amongst all the experts, all the professionals, all the practitioners, that only hands-on is on, there is nothing else which is on. So, any amount of reading, nothing is going to help. It is like driving. Either you drive or you don't drive, you drive well or you don't drive well, or you are a Formula 1 driver, you are not a Formula 1 driver. There is no midway. After being a very good driver, still there can be accident. So, this is the analogy which we have. And the final thought which I leave behind to this whole audience is disrupt or be disrupted. Either you disrupt or you will be disrupted. Thank you.
I would like to thank Sri Sanjay Sahe for such a wonderful address. I suppose all of us are introspecting about the gap that is there between what we perceive our knowledge levels are and what the actual reality is. And I'm sure that we have to go a very long way in being able to deliver a cyber safe environment. Rajasthan Police is organizing the first hackathon, and we are going to launch the portal for the same in a few minutes from now. The main objective will be to identify innovative ideas and technological solutions given by the participating students and startups. In the first phase, the problem statements grouped into various buckets such as fake news, social media, dark web, women safety, phishing detection, video analytics and CCTV, obscene content detection, spam alert, malware analysis and digital forensics shall be posed to the participating engineering college students, experts and startups. Willing participants are expected to develop digital solutions for the statements using robust technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, augmented reality and virtual reality, and submit their concepts on the portal developed by Rajasthan Police. The grand finale of the hackathon, scheduled in the later part of the year, will be a 36-hour event during which selected youths will participate in to find robust, secure and effective technological solutions. A handsome prize money will be awarded to the winning team. All the information about registration, problem statement, modalities, etc. will be uploaded shortly. We are looking forward to proposed partnership with the Confederation of Indian Industries, the JECRC Engineering College, Kindrel and other institutions. This event will help Rajasthan Police in identifying talent and will assist in developing linkages with individuals, industry, startups and educational institutions for furthering our objective. I would now request our Director General of Police, Shri Umesh Mishra ji, to kindly launch the hackathon. We have another launching, sir. The RMS or the Request Management System aims to fulfill a long-standing requirement of investigation officers to obtain required information in a timely manner. RMS has been designed to be part of the official Rajcorp app. Information related to telecom service providers, banks and transport department have been integrated. Requests for information required from these agencies can be directed through the RMS feature of the TopCop app. The workflow built in the app allows for easy flow of information and the status of the same is updated regularly. Other agencies will be integrated in the future, facilitating easier flow of information to the investigative officer. I would now request DGP Shri Umesh Mishra ji to kindly launch this RMS also. Shri Director General of Police, Shri Umesh Mishra, belongs to the 1989 batch of the Indian Police Service. During his illustrious career, before taking over as DGP, he has done many challenging assignments. He was Superintendent of Police of Districts Churu, Pali, Kota City and Bharatpur. and also the range IG of Jodhpur and Bharatpur ranges. He has headed the very important branches of PHQ like the Special Operations Group, Anti-Terrorist Squad, Intelligence Branch and others also. He had been to the Intelligence Bureau on deputation where he had a very satisfying tenure. Shri Mishra is a firm believer in going back to the basics and strengthening the day-to-day police functioning at the police station level. Rajasthan Police has taken various steps for the welfare of police personnel and families under his leadership. It was due to his enthusiasm, leadership and minute supervision that there has been a sharp drop in heinous crime in the state lately. He is wedded to the idea that technology and skill upgradation are the only way forward for Rajasthan Police. It is his vision that today all the various important stakeholders are on the same platform and we are having this conference. Shri Mishra is the recipient of the Police Medal for Meritorious Service and the President's Police Medal for Distinguished Services, besides a lot of other accolades. I would now request our DGP to please come and address this august audience.
DGP, cyber security, cyber crime, civil rights. In fact, it should be redesignated as cyber security and cyber crime. Cyber crime is a subset of cyber security and it flows from that. ADG Shri Sanjay Agrawal ji, Shri Manoj Abraham ji, ADGP Kerala, and Sanjay Sahai ji, my batchmate and now owner of an IT company, is doing robust business, and other dignitaries on the dais. Dear colleagues, police officers, those present from CII, academia, and all others who are present here. At the very outset, I must thank and express my gratitude to all those who are present on the dais. The initiative that Rajasthan Police has launched is very, very relevant and required today. Digital awareness is need of the hour, not only for Rajasthan Police, but for public at large, for industry, for other professionals, even medical doctors. I think we find every walk of life is sort of loaded with information technology, augmented with information technology and aided by information technology. Be it reservation, be it the realm of security, be it the realm of crime management, intelligence and security in the market. Can we think of security in the crowded places in the absence of CCTV? No. Likewise, railways, other modes of transportation and everything, every walk of life. You cannot think of any walk of life without this computer thing, internet thing. So it is ubiquitous, so to say, all pervading. And when it becomes so all pervading, it is very likely that we will fall prey. And as has been pointed out by specialists, our vulnerability is very, very high. Whether we are professionals, experts or laymen, we are vulnerable. And in the realm of security, we have witnessed many instances. Some instances have been highlighted by our previous speakers. But I also recall the incident in Middle East where head of Iranian intelligence was sort of assassinated by, I think, computer-aided attack. I am forgetting his name. He was equivalent to NSA of India. And likewise, we have witnessed the war situation developing in Ukraine and Russia. There is a fifth dimension, and that is cyber war, hybrid war as it is called. And even the recent rivalry between China and Taiwan is being attributed to a lot of digital things, electronic things. I am told chips, electronic chips are at the core of rivalry, and technical superiority of the attempts of China to acquire technical superiority and expertise in the realm of chips is being thwarted by US. So I think whether it is war, whether it is policing, whether it is engineering, I think computer aided and internet aided working operations are necessity enough. So coming back to our police problems, as has been pointed out yesterday, Jamtara and our Mewat area are making headlines at national level, and cyber crime is something that will increase day by day. And whether we are cyber literate or not, we will have to grapple with this menace. So cyber literacy of constabulary and officers who are there at the police station is a sine qua non for ensuring security, peace and order in Rajasthan. And to that end, we have to collectively strive, we have to make efforts in a very consistent manner, sustained manner, and such type of conference and hackathon that we are proposing will go a long way in generating enthusiasm to learn new things in computer, in electronics, in day-to-day applications. And I'm sure our citizenry at large and police force will be enthused, because that is the basic thing. We must change our mindset. And I must admit before the gathering, I myself have been a very, very tech-phobic person. And technology has been something imposed. But there is no escape. I mean, you cannot get away, whether you like it or not. Basically, I'm a believer in the golden age of past. I somehow believe that was a very good era when technology was not so all-pervading and permeating. Then we used to have somewhat relaxed life, and nowadays your life itself is disrupted. The information overload, so to say, and overload on WhatsApp messages. So in a way you are stressed, but even then you have to learn new things, you have to learn new methods, because criminals without formal education are learning these things. So it's a question of attitude more. Formal education doesn't help much, because the perpetrators of cyber crime in Mewat area do not have very formal education, much formal education. They are just intermediate or 10th pass. So the point is that if we decide to learn, we will learn. So evolving mindset is a must. And I have also proposed to my dear colleague Ravi Prakash ji, why can't we have cyber security awareness days or weeks? We can choose, select 1 or 2 days in a month where we devote ourselves to cyber awareness, cyber literacy, cyber learning. Because unless we take this forward in a default mode, something we have to do, only then we can learn. Because on reality check, I found that majority of our functional police is still ignorant about basic things. They somehow lean upon skilled constables, 2 or 3 in a police station for their work. That will not do, because our workload is going to increase, and also the challenges are going to increase. So every one of us, as we know how to do salute and how to wield our lathi in hand, and how to put on pistol in holster, likewise we must know, every constable, every officer must know how to start a computer, how to email, how to do basic things, basic operations. So with that, I once again I thank all my esteemed guests here, speakers here, and esteemed audience, and wish you a grand success for the hackathon that we have launched, and for this conference also, because due to certain urgency, I'll have to leave the conference after a few minutes, and so I'll not be there for the whole duration, but I am sure we will learn and collectively enhance our wisdom, and also our attitude will be transformed, and the conference will be a grand success. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Yesterday, we had Mr. K. Vijay Kumar, an iconic police officer from Tamil Nadu, who was also DG CRPF, advisor to the Union Home Minister. And he had mentioned, let the bot be your brother and the algorithm be your uncle. That was the message that he had given for the future of policing in India. And today, DGP Saab, Shri Umesh Mishra ji has said that you cannot get away with it. And it is high time that we do a reality check and we concentrate on skill upgradation, capacity building, and increasing awareness. And cyber literacy should be our motto. Thank you, sir, for inspiring us, for taking these. As of now, they look as baby steps, but I'm very sure that later on, big institutions will be built on these baby steps, sir. Now is the time to introduce our next speaker, Professor Sumitra Kumar Sanadia, a graduate from IIT Delhi, is a professor in the School of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science and the Dean for Digital Transformation at IIT Jodhpur. Before moving to Jodhpur, he has served at IIT Ropar, where he was head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Professor Sumitra completed his doctorate from the prestigious Indian Statistical Institute in Kolkata. His research interests include design, analysis, and efficient implementation of cryptographic algorithms and protocols. He is supervising PhD, doctorate, and master students. He has published more than 60 peer-reviewed papers in journals in reputed places. He has been working with many Indian governmental agencies and corporations in the field of cryptography and cybersecurity. He was a jury member of the Cybersecurity Grand Challenge coordinated by the Data Security Council of India and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology from 2018 to 2020. Currently, he is also the coordinator for a 6-month cybersecurity certificate program being conducted by IIT Jodhpur. and he is the Chief Information Security Officer of IIT Jaipur. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Sumitra to come and address this gathering. It is also a pleasure for me because in a way we belong to the same alma mater. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's difficult to speak after these three wonderful speakers. The only saving grace for me is that I am outside the police, so I hopefully will have a different perspective. As a professor, for example, I tend to observe my audience, how they are attending, how they are listening to my lectures in the classes that I teach. And I observed a few of you were closing your eyes. Okay. Hopefully you were meditating, okay, or thinking about things. But Mr. Sahai ensured that by his invigilation that you cannot even do that. So hopefully switch. Okay, yeah, now this is fine. Okay. Okay. So hopefully Mr. Sahai has already done the job for me, and I have the audience with me. I also observe with pleasure that the seats here became smaller. So people had to bring chairs, and I hope that there was no forced attendance like we professors do sometimes, and many of you are actually attending because of interest. Okay. So I would start with some initiatives that I studied about and things which I teach in cybersecurity classes. One of them is this NCRB by the Ministry of Home Affairs, which was launched in 2019, and it is reported there that between January 2020 to December 2022, there were more than 16 lakh cybercrime events which were registered here, and only about 32,000 FIRs were filed, and that is the rate of FIRs is actually a little less than 2%. Some more statistics from the same report, and this is the year 2021 report, and you look at the about 53,000 incidents, and charge sheet was filed in only about 18,000 odd cases, and the number of convictions was only 491. And this is from a response given by the Honorable Minister of State MHA, Mr. Ajay Mishra in Lok Sabha. Look at the number of cases. The charge sheet was filed in about 35% cases, and the convicted cases were actually less than 1%. So this is the situation here. Even further from the NCRB report, the number of crime cases related to the cyber crime were increasing at the rate of about 6%, and this is a fantastic report available on the NCRB website. I encourage people to look it up in case you have already not looked at it. And the three kind of cases they identified which were the most prominent were the frauds, the sexual exploitation, and the extortion, and these comprise almost all the cases that they found. These are the state-wise records from the same report, and Rajasthan is somewhere here with the what happened to the pointer is not working. I don't see the pointer. No, pointer is not working. Okay, fine. So there are about 30% charge sheet rate in 2021, which is a little less than the national average. And now we come back to the IT Act, which is what enables these kind of crimes to be actually recorded as cybercrime. And there are these certain sections of the IT Act which some of you might already be knowing, and this is related to section 65, for example, which is tampering the source document in computers. 66 is about ransomware and crimes related other than ransomware. These are related to, say, dishonestly receiving stolen computers or communication devices, identity theft, which has become very, very common, even things like our Prime Minister's Twitter account was hacked for a couple of, I mean, say 30-40 minutes and used for some Bitcoin kind of a scam. And there are cheating by impersonation, again very common. We have seen people's making pages in the name of police officers, for example, on Facebook. I once received a friend request from an IPS officer who happened to be my classmate in IIT Delhi, and I immediately realized that this guy was already my friend. So I looked at it carefully and found that this was somebody else trying to impersonate, and immediately I reported and also called him and informed him. So these kind of cases are also becoming very popular nowadays. Violation of privacy and by maybe using your passwords and getting into your data and then trying to sell this data or try to do extortion of some kind. Things of this kind have become so common. There was an incident in which a website called Ashley Medicine was used for this kind of a thing. It was a dating website which was being used by people who were already married. So they were actually dating outside of their marriage, and somebody hacked into this website, and through this they could actually identify these people, and they started, these hackers started blackmailing these people that unless you pay us this much money, we are going to tell your husband or wife about your activities. And this actually led to some people committing suicide. It became such a strong position, a difficult situation for them in family. They couldn't pay, and they couldn't actually stand the situation. So crime of this kind, impersonation, can even lead to other kind of crimes like murder. So this is actually a situation. And we talked about some of the cyber terrorism cases, like a case study is this Stuxnet, which was already mentioned by Mr. Abraham in his talk. And the way this particular thing was conducted by supposedly the Israelis and the US is something to be studied by us. It used not only the technical skills of the kind that a particular virus called flame virus was created, which could enter into the nuclear power plant of the Iranians and actually destroy the nuclear reactor and potentially delaying their possibility of creating a nuclear fuel for weapons by at least 3 years. But not only that, they even found ingenious ways to get into the nuclear power plant. One of the ways they did it was to actually hack these pirated copies of Windows software. So they could actually create a software which was seemingly coming out from Windows system. So if you try to change a Windows file, a system file, and make your own file with the same name, the system is not going to accept it. It will not allow you to do that. So there is some kind of a signature that Windows uses, and it was used very beautifully by these hackers to replace that with a file which Windows system didn't even recognize as a counterfeit. And this required an ingenious technical attack involving cryptographic hash functions break. And not only that, now to reach to this particular situation, they had to actually get this software somehow inside the nuclear power plant. And naturally, like many systems, the nuclear power plant was not going to take data from outside. It was not connected to internet in the manner that we expect. So what these hackers did, they found the people who were supposedly working there. By monitoring their movement, they found that these scientists were going to this particular power plant, going in morning, coming back in evening. So they just outside their parking lots, they just put some pen drives, and these pen drives were reasonably costly things in those days, 15-20 years ago. And the scientist, when he or she came out to drive the car to go to the office, found the pen drive near the tire of his car, took out the pen drive and thought maybe somebody from my building has left it. And because he was already getting late for the office, he simply put it in his car, took it to the office and just inserted it in one of the computers to check whose data is there so that I can return it back. And this is how they could actually use this ingenious social engineering experiment to enter into the computers of the nuclear power plant. So things like this actually were involved in this cyber terrorism. There are section 67 which talks about obscene material or representation, which is now becoming very popular also because of these deep fakes which have come up. It's hard to distinguish whether in a video a person is actually present or has been simply morphed. Morphing was there even 10 years ago, for example, but you could tell by looking or observing it minutely that this was a morph video and not the real video, not of the person. But with this deep fakes, it has become extremely hard, and you have joke videos nowadays in which the Queen of England is dancing on the table. So things like this, and you cannot even identify Tom Hanks talking to somebody or playing golf. These are very common videos available on social media and YouTube. I want to point out some specific categories of cybercrime as per the NCRB report, and this is about section 69 and 70. Section 69 talks about monitoring or interception, maybe by meet in the middle attack or some kind of a decryption algorithm implemented, etc. And section 70 talks about what I should call in a popular language as hacking. This is unauthorized access or attempt to access protected computer systems. And very interestingly, from the same report, you look at the number of crimes registered in these cases in 2021 to be 2 and 3. And what does it tell you? It tells you that our data is grossly underestimated. We certainly are missing to even incorporate a huge number of cyber crimes. So the cyber crimes that we saw in this list, 58,000 or 50,000, this is a gross underrepresentation. Probably that the real number of cyber crime cases is at least 10 times more than what is reported. And this is where we come to now a situation where something needs to be done. Now it's not that the government is not doing, government is already doing enough. And we heard about a fantastic case study from Kerala by Mr. Abraham about what a great PPP model they have created. And there are some of them which I did not know earlier, so I only heard about it from Mr. Abraham today, and I came to know about it. But there are other things which have been there already, and these are this National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, which was started 2019, Cyber Swachhata Kendra was started 2017, this Cybercrime Prevention Against Women and Child was started in 2018, National Cybersecurity Policy was launched in 2013, and so on. So there are many such initiatives which the government has started, but unfortunately, ultimately many of the things which are enabled is very famously expressed in this legendary cartoon from 1983 by Peter Schneier. It was published in New Yorker in July 5th, 1983. And here is a dog talking to another dog and saying, on the internet nobody knows you are a dog. Okay. And this is the kind of anonymity which enables the cybercrime in the first place. If you look at how do you authenticate yourself on the internet to any service that you are interacting with, maybe it's a social media, maybe it's a bank, anything else, how do you authenticate yourself that you are the person? So it is probably one of the most common used thing in applications, and you usually use one of these three things to prove yourself. One is what kind of things you know and only you are supposed to know, and this is maybe passwords or pins. Okay. The second kind of a thing is what you have. So maybe something that you physically have. It's like an ATM card or an ID card or a security token or a mobile phone, etc. Because you are going to receive something on the mobile phone, and unless you show that number to the application, you are not going to be allowed to enter. And the third kind of a thing is who you are. So maybe some things which are related to your physical self, like signatures, like retina, like fingerprints. And of course, there is a combination which we now call multi-factor authentication, which uses a combination of these things. Unfortunately, these still do not work. And now I will talk a little bit about the academic study of cybercrime. If you look at the root cause of cybercrime, there are some technical factors and some human factors. I will focus on 4 of them in my talk. The technical factors, first of the things that I already mentioned is related to the anonymity on the internet. Because people are anonymous, it's very hard for us to find out who is this person who committed a crime. So many years ago, one of my family members had some kind of a cheating of few thousand rupees, and one of my hostel friends from my BTech days happens to be an IPS officer. I called him and I told him that this has happened with one of my family members, can you help? He called one police officer, who called the Thana and local Thana, and 2 constables came to me, but probably one of them was SHO and the other one was his assistant, and they came and told me in typical Haryanvi accent, being in Delhi, that sir, aadmi ho to hum gardan se pakad ke le aaye, how can we do anything in computer? And I told thank you very much and I let them go because I knew that they cannot do anything. Okay. So this is the situation that we simply do not have any way of finding out who is this person who did it. And the person was right because the kind of skills the constable at the lowest level had, he simply had no idea of how computer crimes are committed or how to identify. So absolutely nothing could be done about it. Okay. So, and this is actually enabled because of this anonymity on the internet. The second kind of a thing is the failure to keep the authentication data secret. So maybe you have a password for something and it was found. So as already mentioned by Mr. Sahai, the most common password is the word password. Okay. There are situations, things like in the US vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin, once upon a time, maybe around 2008, I don't remember the year correctly, her Yahoo ID was hacked. And the technique used by the hackers was very, very simple. They couldn't guess her password. Probably the password was strong. But there is usually another thing. If you forget the password, then what do? There is usually a link, forget password. And in forget password, you have another link coming up to do some separate mechanism. And what happened in her case is that she had given another email ID from where her password could be retrieved or she could be given access. And all this hacker did was just gave this forgot password link and got an email on another email ID and where the secret code was given. But before entering into that secret ID, the hacker had to give answers to some security questions. Unfortunately, what kind of security questions these people use? Which year you were born? What is your childhood friend's name? What is your mother's maiden name? These are very common security questions. And for a celebrity or a politician, it's not very hard for you to find out the answers to them. Their life is public. We already know who is their, which city they were born, which street they were born, what is the school's name, what is the name of their pet. These are not really security questions for celebrities. So some hackers, some hacker who was just a student in some university in US could simply guess at or know these answers and could actually get into the system. Even funnier is in a football World Cup, there was an officer giving an interview in front of a TV panel, which is in back of his figure. And in one of these panels, there was a yellow tape, a yellow note on which the password to the system was written. And it was broadcasted live. So some hacker actually entered and changed some things. And this kind of a thing happened in Brazil, probably the year 2008 or something. Okay. There are many funny things like this because people simply don't understand the importance of passwords, or they think that probably nobody will guess. Okay. Nowadays, this has even led to not just the common passwords. There are passwords which can be hacked for a specific person. For example, if you think of some person named, say, Sandeep Gupta, I can bet that among the large number of Sandeep Guptas in the world, there will be some of them who will be using a password Sandy123 or Sandy123 $. Okay. So this is not very hard for you to guess. Okay. So there are things like this which have been studied academically, and I personally have done a research, some research on this area. We published some papers where we actually looked at the hacked databases of known passwords and analyzed them and found patterns in them. So hackers certainly know this kind of information. So if they know something about you, they might do a spear phishing attack against you, and they will not take very long to find out your password. Because if you are using your name, your family member's name, your car number, your scooter number, your child's birthday or school name, etc., these are not very hard to find. It's for an attacker who is motivated and who is targeting you. So these kind of things actually become very, very common. And the only solution to these kind of things is that you use passwords which are not coming from these kind of dictionaries which can be built by attackers. There is a lot of academic study on these kinds. One of the common ways we recommend to people is to use a password manager. There are companies which sell this kind of password manager, LastPass, OnePass, etc. And unfortunately, just last year, one of these companies was hacked. So it's very, very hard to actually develop this trust. Where do you put the trust? Because you put your trust in one app or a service, and that service gets hacked. Okay. So as rightly mentioned by Mr. Abraham already, there is nothing called 100% secure. When I teach cybersecurity classes in IIT Jaipur, in my first class I mentioned this, there is nothing called 100% secure. And therefore, we need to build these mechanisms by design. What if something is going to go wrong? Because as we know, it is going to. As the FBI director mentioned, there are companies which were hacked and there are companies which will be hacked. So something is going to go wrong, you cannot keep everything secure. So there are ways where you need to find out what went wrong. So audit mechanisms which cannot work unless you are developing a log system somewhere. Okay. So that is a kind of a necessary. And the third kind of a reason, technical reason why these kind of attacks are enabled is because of this complexity of the system. If you look at the kind of softwares which we were using in 1990s, early days of internet and computers, they were very simple. A software was supposed to do only one or two things, okay, and it was easy to find out where the flaws were. And there were many flaws because security as a science was not being studied in computer science to the extent it is done today. So the softwares were flawed, attacks could happen on them very easily, and that's why you had a very big industry of viruses and antiviruses in the early 90s, because it was very easy to hack. Okay. And then Windows realized this because they were the most used systems and they were the most hacked systems. So they actually developed a secure software development design methodology which they implemented inside Microsoft, and that led to a tremendous reduction in the kind of viruses which affect us today. It's no longer the early 90s where it's very easy for you to get a CD or a pen drive from somebody and virus comes into your machine. Today the Windows inbuilt antivirus defender already takes care of at least a large number of common viruses and malware. So things like these have become now much more difficult to handle from the complexity of the systems, and because the systems are very complex, even analyzing them becomes very hard, and that's how the security vulnerabilities are introduced. And one thing which is constant to everything, no matter what technical expertise we develop, is the human tendency to trust. And this is not something to be actually feel negative about. It is the way humanity evolved. If you look at the evolution of humanities for thousands of years, trust became an ingredient in our brain. So this is something you don't even think about, but it is inbuilt in your brain because of the evolution. Imagine you are going on a road and somebody comes from the opposite side in a car and telling you there is an accident on the road ahead, please don't go by this road. You don't trust, you go a little ahead. You see another bike coming from the same side and telling you there is an accident, please don't go. Chances are that you will believe that person, okay, because this is the tendency to trust which is inbuilt in our brain. And if it was not there, we may not have been able to reach to the level of humanity we have today. There were predators, there were animals of all kind, and humanities were, these early humans were trying to save themselves from these cases, these dangers. And how did they save? By remaining groups, developing a society, by trusting each other. No, not everybody could do everything, so they had to trust some people who were looking at maybe from watchtowers up for upcoming armies on the other side. So this is something which is impossible to prevent. The only thing now we can do is to actually ensure that we become a little skeptical about the digital information. So if you get some information on internet, you tend to become skeptical, don't believe it in the first place. Just a few months ago, I received a Facebook message at 2 o'clock in the night when I was woke up and I was trying to study something from a relative of mine, and he said, how are you, I need some money. And I jokingly said, tell your father to talk to me, okay, because I knew that this is not the guy, and the way he started, I know my relative wouldn't talk to me in that language. So it is because of my training now, because I teach these kind of courses, that I could identify this was an attack, okay. In normal cases, the way the person was talking and was mentioning about a medical emergency, somebody may have believed. And this is one of the reasons people actually lose money on social media, because you tend to believe people. And this is again something not to be taken negatively. It is our tendency to trust, and it is actually what leads us to better human society. But the point I am trying to make is that at the level of digital data, we always need to be skeptical and try to find out from other sources, is the information I am getting really true or not. And this, just to give you an example of this kind of an attack, because the systems are very complex and because you have trust, you tend to get into these phishing attacks. When somebody tries to impersonate someone and tries to ask for money, you tend to believe because you are being a good human being, you are trusting, and you don't understand the complexities of the system. Okay. Like we mentioned, earlier speaker already mentioned about audio being faked, and audio being faked is now become very, very easy. You have a software tool, you can easily fake somebody's voice. You just feed a few sentences of the person's voice and then just use this to speak whatever you want. The software will convert the voice into that person's voice, and now you can fake this person and send any instruction to another person who will believe that it is actually this person who is calling, because the calling number ID can also be faked. So the receiver will think that the call is actually coming from this officer who is senior of mine, and the voice is exactly the same, so you will tend to believe the work. Okay. So whenever we are talking about this, at least knowing that this is possible, if the higher up is actually asking you to do something like this, which is seemingly wrong, you will tend to probably verify it from another channel, not necessarily the same channel. Maybe you will use a different landline number, maybe you will call someone else who can physically go to this officer and try to find out if the instruction that you received was indeed correct or not. Okay. Now, how can academia help? So I will talk about these 4 problems and the solutions to these 4 problems from the academic point of view. The first one is the breaking the anonymity, and as you know, being police officers, you know much better than me that unless you punish the crime will only grow. And this is beautifully mentioned by Ramacharita-manas. Goswami Tulsidas mentions when the Lord Ram tries to pray to the Samudra to give way, and Samudra does not do anything for a few days, and then Ram gets angry, and the word that Goswami Tulsidas uses, Bole Ram sakop tab bhay binu hoi na priti. Without fear there is nothing, there is no love. Okay. So unless there is a fear of being punished, these crimes cannot be stopped. And how can you break this anonymity? The anonymity break will require you some kind of a technical expertise, and not every case you will be able to break anonymity, but in many cases you can do that. For example, it is possible to track Bitcoin payments in some cases because of the way the Bitcoin protocol works. If you receive a certain amount of money in Bitcoin, you want to spend it. The only way you can spend it is to actually create multiple transactions out of it. Some of this must be coming back to you. So it is not like the digital, the paper currency we have, where we have 100 rupees in our pocket. I go to the market, purchase something for 20 rupees and keep 80 rupees in my pocket. This is not how Bitcoin system works. If you have 100 rupees in your pocket and it's a Bitcoin money, you want to spend it, you have to give 20 rupees to the shopkeeper and 80 rupees to yourself, maybe by a different ID. And that now you can keep track. One of these people to whom you are transferring is either yourself or an associate of you who is ultimately going to transfer this money back to you. And you can actually keep track of this kind of a chain of transactions. In some cases, the FBI has been able to track this. So some of these ransomware attacks where the ransomware hackers, they demanded money in Bitcoin, some of the money was tracked by using these kind of things. So it is possible, there are academic studies about it, but not in every case, because now it depends on what is the level of the attacker. Is the attacker smarter than you and is able to use the latest techniques, or the attacker using something which was not known till some time ago in academia. Academia is always a little ahead in research, so techniques keep coming, new techniques keep getting invented. So if you are as a defender, you have the best technique right now, and the attacker was using a technique which was a little older, you might be able to track. There are cases where enciphered communications can be broken in some cases. Again, it depends on how. So one of the ransomwares was actually developed for educational purposes by a Turkish scientist called Utku Sen, and he developed it for educational purposes, which means he wanted to teach people how to create a ransomware. He put it on GitHub, public platform. People started utilizing this ransomware, and then people actually, some people were actually caught, using this software. Some people actually went to this scientist and told, your ransomware software is being used by real hackers to steal money. And the funny thing which this scientist had done, he had left a loophole in the software. He used that loophole to decrypt the communication and get the secret key of the encryption. Now, the hackers became smarter. once they realized that this kind of a thing happened, they actually hired few more programmers who modified this software and made it stronger, and now it was no longer possible. There are many ransomwares where decryption is possible because of the way they are implemented. So the software security at that level sometimes can be very nice for defending. So you need to understand how to reverse engineer a software and how to find out the hidden secrets inside that code, and in some cases it is possible to do. If you want to go to dark web, for example, which is 97% of internet, which most of the people are not even aware, you can use something like, say, Tor network, the Onion service, and it is believed that most of the Onion service communications are unhackable. People will not be able to find out, but in some cases at least FBI has been able to do it, because about 30% of the exit nodes on Tor network are actually based in US, and many of them are actually inserted by the government. So these are exit nodes which are actually controlled by the US government or the FBI, and hence they can figure out who is sending messages to whom. And again, some cases it is possible, not always. In some cases these PIN or password protected systems can be actually hacked, and you can find out somebody's PIN. If you talk to cyber this forensic labs in India, both the central and the state, they will tell you that the number of cases they are getting from this mobile crime are increasing exponentially. Many times they get a phone which they cannot even open because it is PIN encrypted or password encrypted, and in many of these cases it is possible to crack. In fact, I am right now doing a project with the Bureau of Police Research in Delhi, in which the aim is to actually break these PIN protected passwords. So it is possible in some cases. The second kind of a thing is how do you keep your authentication data secret? Again, from both defense side and from the attack side. For example, there is a website created by a former Microsoft researcher, Troy Hunt, and it's called Have I Been Pawned? And this website tells you whether any of your email ID that you are using has ever been hacked in past. And what this guy does, he looks at the hacked databases and finds out if your email ID appears there. Okay, very simple service, free available service, but he doesn't want to give you the hacked databases. So he has given the hacked databases in the backend. You can ask whether your data, whether your particular email ID was hacked, or is your data available in one of these databases. If yes, then probably you should change your password today. Okay. So this is a kind of a service. A very interesting study from IBM said that many times companies don't even find out that they have been hacked. It took 6 months to find out that their data was hacked. Okay. So this is and once they identified, then to contain this breach, to stop these hackers from remaining in the system, it took another 2 months or more than 2 months. Okay. And now we need techniques to first prevent these attackers from stealing your passwords, and there are again a lot of academic research in this area, some of which I myself have done. So it is possible to ensure methods which can remain secure. There was a password hashing competition few years ago, where new kind of password encryption or enabling scrambling systems were designed, and our team also designed one such system. And then there are these methods in which, since you do not even know if your database was hacked, there are techniques developed by Eric Juels and Ronald Rivest, famous cybersecurity and cryptography researchers, and all they did is a fantastic idea. So suppose you don't know your database for passwords was hacked. How do you even know that a database was hacked? Because once the attacker knows your password, he or she will log in your system, and you won't even know that the database was hacked. So what these people suggested is to maybe keep 10% of fake data in the network. So when the attacker gets into the database, the attacker will actually get to see all these encrypted passwords. Hopefully the attacker will be able to decrypt them, and the attacker will try to log in with these passwords. But the data that the attacker has got, attacker doesn't know that which of the data is actually genuine and which one is fake. So the attacker will try to log in with one of these fake data, and the moment a fake login is happening, it's a valid login in the sense that it's a valid username, valid password, but it is not a real user. It is a user created for detection only by the company. And once you recognize that something like this is happening, you know that the database has been breached. So you start doing countermeasures. So this 6 months to 7 months of time in even finding out if your database got hacked can be actually prevented. So beautiful techniques done. And then the third kind of a thing I want to talk about is about the complex systems. And because the systems are very, very complex, we already had suggestions from about ChatGPT, the revolutionary thing which has happened recently. Now there are these automated techniques of AI and ML which can be used in detection and prevention of cybercrime. And this was already mentioned by my previous speakers, that how these can be used in analyzing cybercrimes. So there is just last few days of news items I searched, and you already see SIM card issued to 86 using one photograph. This is a news from 15th April. Okay. There is another news about fake Aadhaar and fake PAN cards being available on dark web. Again a news from this April only. And there is a cybercrime cell busts SIM selling racket and nets one from Ahmedabad. Again a news from 15th April, just a couple of days ago. So these kind of things, if you have the database of people who are applying for mobile phone connections and you have their Aadhaar card, etc., and somehow you could create an authenticated mechanism, it should be possible to identify these kind of things by purely AI and ML techniques. You do not need any human intervention to find out some of these cases, because they are so blatantly obvious to someone that it can be identified. The need is to now build such kind of systems. You can get academia to build these proof of concept ideas, create this malware or catch malware, and create malware in this what we already discussed as a cyber wrench, which is one of the suggestions previous speaker already gave you, that create this ethical hacking training systems and thereby learn and implement methods to not only attack, because you are not going to attack, but unless you know how to attack, how do you even defend? So you need to learn these techniques in something called a cyber wrench. Analyze these trends. What are the kind of new attacks which are happening? Till a few years ago, this ransomware was not so prominent, but it became very, very prominent in last few years. There are techniques where people are actually now getting your smartphones and smart watches being hacked, and they are being used in this distributed denial of service attacks. There are cameras inside your home which are getting hacked because you didn't change the password, default password. And attackers can now watch what is happening inside your home, and they can know when you are not inside the home, and they will be able to steal things from you at that point of time. So it actually, cybercrime is actually leading to physical crime, a theft or a robbery, just because your camera allows access to an outsider. There is a service known as Shodan, where you can actually find out what kind of cameras are available publicly online, and you can search by city name. In the city of Jaipur, in the city of Hyderabad, how many cameras are available to you? And just like Google, this Shodan tells you which cameras are available and what is the current feed there. Things like this already exist. Okay. So certainly when the criminals are using, you can also use it. Okay. So this requires now not a human intervention, it is just too difficult a task if you start doing it on your own. So it has to be done by an automated system which can potentially be developed by using these AI techniques. And the fourth kind of a thing I talked about was about human behavior, and we need to now develop methods of developing distrust. And as I mentioned, this goes against human nature. So you need to understand maybe psychologists to be involved in these kind of studies. And many academic institutions have wonderful people working in psychology who can tell you the methods of what kind of tricks are likely to work and what kind of things are not likely to work. Because it is now no more purely technical problem. It is a problem related to human psychology. You can run some pilot projects and test the efficacy of these schemes, and you will realize that actually in the studies by Verizon, for example, just a couple of years ago, they found that 80% of the attacks which actually took place, in 80% of them the phishing was one of the initial vectors. So phishing was used to enter into the system in 80% of the cases. And in 22% of the data breaches which happened, like Facebook data was lost, Yahoo data was lost, and so on, 22% of them, it was a phishing attack where somebody in the company or some employee, some vendor actually clicked on a wrong link or downloaded a bad software. Okay. So these are the kind of things which are actually even leading to ransomware attacks. So how can you prevent phishing unless you can actually develop these methods of distrust? So this is something that is again requires academic research. Now, the next question we all already discussed about what are the things where academia can help. The next question I come to is how can we collaborate? And here I will take the terminology which I have learned from these crime serials, the motive of crime. Okay. So, whenever two people try to collaborate, whenever somebody tries to do good, there is a motive behind that. A poor child might be studying very hard, trying to do something because he or she wants to improve the economic profile of the family. A criminal might be doing something because it just gives him fun to do some kind of a crime, or because some wrong was done to him or her in past. So, there is a motive behind everything. And what is the motive of police? To prevent a crime or investigate a crime. I am of course being very simplistic here, I understand it, but I am just trying to focus on the core principle of the work. And similarly, the core principle of academia is to develop research. So, we enjoy doing new research, trying to push the boundaries of current knowledge. That is the core principle. So, even when we teach, the principle remains the same. So, we try to teach newer kind of courses which actually push the boundaries of the subjects. So, and in not only that, in police force, maybe if a very senior officer tells you to do something, chances are that you will believe and try to do that. Even if you cannot, you will be apologetic about it and try to say, sir, I cannot do because of this reason. In academia, a director or a dean telling a professor to do something, the first thing this professor will either scoff, will not even agree, will tell you on face that, well, this is not my interest, I do this. Or the second kind of a thing, if he or she is polite, he will say, yes sir, I will do, and will not do it. Okay. So, academia by definition is fiercely independent. Faculty members cannot be forced to do something. So, the only way you can get work done from academia in realistic scenario is to actually get them to attracted to the research problems. And how do we attract them to research problems? By developing some kind of a research synergy. One of them potentially is to develop a center of excellence. Recently, the Raksha Mantri in the Defense Expo announced a center of excellence for DRDO in some IITs. About 6 or 7 IITs were chosen for this, and center of excellence are being created for defense research. So, why don't we have a center of excellence for police research in some institutions? Because then it leads to research synergy. So, you present the problem statements, and there are people who actually take it up for a long term, because you cannot just think of a development project or solving some problem and think that the academia will do it for you and forget about it. That is not how academia works. Academia is going to work for a long term situation. So, a small time problem is probably not going to attract them. Unless you attract them for a long term research problem, the viability will actually be very, very hard. The second kind of a thing in which we can engage, if not the center of excellence, then is to actually develop collaboration by research grants or consultancies. Again, this is something, a manner in which private sector works with, for example, say IITs. Okay. So, private sector people come and discuss about, say, liquid cell technology, and somebody in some IIT or IISc Bangalore or some research institute of CSIR will be given money to do research on that particular problem. And they will not only do research and publish research papers out of it, but they will develop some new knowledge about this which can be used by the industry. So, similarly, there are things which can be done, and this kind of a thing is always interesting to professors, because it supports, even if the problem is not of direct relevance, it supports other research which you are doing. It supports the research students travel, it supports funding for conferences, it supports students funding. The last and very easy thing to do is to maintain a regular visits and maybe coffee table discussions, because this is how you tell what kind of problems you are looking for, and maybe some professor will be interested in looking at one of these problems and get interested in that research statement itself. Many of the people in these research institutes would not even be knowing about the kind of research problems you have. So, discussions of this kind, once in a while, giving an invited talk in some academic institute, developing some people to people contact between professors and police officers might be actually a low cost and a very easy thing to do. How do you get the best out of academia? I mean, if you try to think in terms of deliverables only and lose the focus on research, it is probably not going to be very beneficial. Okay. So, so the way you can do this is to solve the research problems by academia, but involve the Indian industry to develop the tools. And this is the kind of a focus which our government is doing right now with this Make in India initiative. So the work has to be done from police and academia collaborating with industry, and this ultimately will be problem identification by police, research by academia, but the development of the product by industry. That's the only way things can succeed. If you leave any of these three things out, you try to say that we will get the product developed only by industry, you will not even know the kind of vulnerabilities there will be in the software. You will not know what kind of design flaws have been left there. So there is a very popular website developed by some government agency to store digital data, certificates, etc. And when IIT Jodhpur wanted to use that to give degrees and store our degrees, we found out that there are certain design flaws in the sense that it does not even permit a degree by two institutes. You have to choose one institute who is the degree granting authority. Now IIT Jodhpur has a degree in medical technologies which is by IIT Jodhpur plus AIIMS Jodhpur. There is no provision in the design of the software which allows two organizations to be actually the authority on issuing the degree. We couldn't even use that. So there are design flaws which only come to know once you start using. So there are extensibility of the software, the extensibility for looking at the future use, because maybe you don't even know how things are going to be in future. So that is where research is important. Similarly, if you leave the industry, academia will never develop a good software. They can do good research, but developing the tool which is usable by the police actually requires the industry. So it is extremely important to involve all three and actually get the work done. What is the road ahead? Last few slides to describe what I believe is the vision for, or should be the vision of the work. One is develop long-term goals, maybe long-term in the sense of more than 3 years. And actually these are the research problems you have. Out of these research problems, try to distill few problems which can be done very quickly. But they should have a core focus of research, because otherwise academics is not going to be interested. And then get academics to actually get on this work, which is less open-ended, very specific problems, and that is where industry and academia can come together and actually deliver solutions to you. And maybe start these short-term goals as the deliverables, and then things actually move. Because if you start investing huge amount of money, say 500 crores, somebody in the audit section will object, what was the deliverable of this project? And then the officers who sanctioned this project will be under soup. And this is the reason the senior officers who may have the money, who may have the authority to sanction it, will be fearful of sanctioning. Because they will always worry about this question. There may be a parliament question where the person may be actually indicted that this person sanctioned may be for nefarious reasons. So you need to defend yourself also. And that can only be done if you have deliverables which are inbuilt in the project. And that's why these low-hanging fruits, things which can be done very easily, have to be incorporated in these long-term research goals. So we looked at about ChatGPT, 2 billion investment done 15 years ago and 10 years ago, and today it is now delivering. So it's not that research problems will have solution very quickly. If anybody thinks like this, it is essentially somebody who doesn't understand academia. Who can be potential partners? Being in Rajasthan, for example, I will name some of them, say Police University in Jodhpur, IIT Jodhpur, MNIT Jaipur, which is again one of the centrally funded technical institutes. There is BPR&D, Bureau of Police Research in Delhi. There are central forensic science labs and state forensic science labs, and there are many other organizations about whom I am only putting dots because of my lack of knowledge, but there are many. Okay, and how can different academic units contribute? It's not just computer science which is going to be useful. There are say for example this Police University in Jodhpur, MNIT, IIT Jodhpur, BPR&D, they can be used for formulating and solving these practical problems. There are School of Management Education which can actually develop tools for public perception, which is again a very important thing, brand building and public perception, which is very important for police forces. And maybe also in marketing, so to say. Maybe it's a bad word to use in this audience, but still I would use. Marketing is also an important task. Unless people believe in you, how are they going to trust you? Okay. Then there are computer science departments, there are School of Artificial Intelligence, there are math department who works in analytics. Everything is generating data now. Right now on your body you may have a few devices which are generating data all the time. Your smartwatch is generating data, your mobile phone is generating data about your location, etc. Even when your GPS is switched off, your phone is generating data about your location, because the service provider knows to which tower your phone is connected. So there can be a method called triangulation which can find out where are you. Okay. So if the phone company starts to collaborate with you, even if the GPS is switched off, you can identify the location or approximate location of a person. So these kind of things require huge amount of data and analyzing this data, and this requires methods from linear algebra, for example. This requires methods from purely mathematics, statistics and computer science. And there are these liberal arts schools in many of the IITs and academic institutes which study perceptions, psychology of hackers and defenders and so on. And they can be used for developing these methods of mistrust, for example. So I would like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. There was a small dot at the end of the picture, which is missing now, okay, which is my hometown where I was born and brought up. Thank you very much.
So there is a humble request to the audience is that I request you not to talk among yourselves because it distracts the speaker and others who are present out here. Dr. Sumitra is teaching artificial intelligence, data science, computer science and engineering. He is mentoring doctorate students and master students at one of the most reputed institutes of the country. But hats off to you, sir, for explaining everything in such a lucid and simple manner. And also, sir, we look forward, you have given us a roadmap and a blueprint as to how to draw in the academia and the industry into our endeavors of tackling cybercrime. We're really very thankful to you. Our last speaker of the day is Shri Ankur Tripathi. Shri Ankur Tripathi is a graduate from IIT Bombay in 2006. He is presently the Chief Information Officer at the AU Small Finance Bank and has over 17 years of experience in which he has worked in many industries. In his present assignment, he has been there for the last 8 years and he has led the bank's technology and digital initiative since its inception. Prior to joining AU, he has been an entrepreneur himself when he co-founded startup firm to develop next generation frameworks and solutions for logistics for Indian markets. He has been in the banking industry since the last 1 decade, and cybercrime is something in which he has his expertise also and something that he must be engaged in on a daily basis. So it will be a pleasure to hear you, sir. I request you to please come over and address the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, DGP sir, DGP cybercrime, and Mr. Manoj Abram ji, Mr. Sahai ji, for giving a valuable insights on the entire cyber security framework and letting us know that how aware, how unaware, how insecure, or probably how much secure we are in this entire ecosystem. I have been working with a bank which recently started about 6 years back. Probably this is the newest bank in the country. And banking in itself in last 6-7 years have evolved. I'll be giving over next 15-20 minutes a slightly practical view of what kind of behaviors, scenarios, cyber incidents, trainings, readiness that we have come across in 6 years or six and a half years of our existence. Which would largely be covering pretty much all the aspects from partner selection to their review, management, OEM selection, building the entire digital framework, how transactions are happening, how you are securing the transactions going forward. So talking about the bank, I'm not sure how many of you are aware about AU Small Finance Bank. This is a bank based out of Jaipur itself. In 2015, when RBI came up with the small finance bank guidelines, recipient of the small finance bank license. In fact, tomorrow itself we'll be completing our sixth anniversary. 19th April 2017 we started our operations. Presently, although the bank is about 6 years old, but as NBFC we are operational from 1995. So have about 20, 27, 28 years of overall business presence while 6 years in the bank. In those 6 years, we have expanded pretty much pan-India. We have about reach in 21 states, 3 union territories, more than 1,000 touch points. But this is all physical touch points that you are talking about, and probably that is not the flavor of the day which we have been discussing since morning. Everything was very great till this point in time when branches were physical, banks were operating from 9 to 2. If you have to withdraw the money, you have to wait the next day or probably next working day. Everyone was rushing just quarter to 2 to the branch to withdraw the money, and teller, the person who is giving the cash, was the supreme authority that day, and he could pretty much take a call whether you will get a money or not. But in last 6 7 years, everything has changed, and we've built the entire digital ecosystem. Now banking is 24/7. In about 3.5 million customers that we have at this point in time, hardly 7 8% customers visit branch throughout their tenure with, or probably engagement with the bank. Rest all transactions are being happening digitally. And when I talk about digital, it is our internet banking, mobile banking, ATMs, various kind of AEPS and all those UPI kind of withdrawals that are there. And I'm pretty sure everyone as a user, you are aware all kind of banking transactions. And I'm not sure any one of you have visited branch in recent 3 4 5 6 months or so. We have created the entire digital ecosystem. We have a mobile app called 0101, which is the banking super app. You can do all kind of financial transactions or lifestyle transactions. We were the first small finance bank to launch our credit card also. We do merchant acquisition using UPI. And lastly, which is one of our flagship offering, is video banking, where such users like senior citizens, housewife who are not comfortable with using of the mobile app or probably not digitally native, they can log in onto the video banking platform and get their transactions done as they do face to face from the branches. Why I'm emphasizing on the digital initiative, this has given all the digital footprints that we spoke about, or our esteemed speakers since the beginning. They've been talking about the digital footprint that we are living in as an individual or as an organization that we are consuming. Be it your debit card, credit card, UPI, your internet banking, mobile banking, or hundreds of apps in your smartphone. Every app is giving you a digital footprint, or probably every click that we do or every link that we click is creating a digital impression and an potential event for vulnerability. That is where we are. What is more contrasting is bank signifies trust for last 100 odd years. So as a user or probably as a consumer, whatever we earn, whatever we save is not in our home, it is deposited in the bank's account, which is stored somewhere, managed by someone else. Whatever, let's say, valuables you have at your home, you don't keep it in your home, you put it in a branch, in a locker, which you are not sure whether there is a guard, what is the security arrangement, but still, as a bank, you trust as an individual. Now, I would like to ask, what, as a user, as a consumer, what do you think is trust? Any pointers, any views? What signifies trust to you guys? Anyone, please. Yes.
Safety and security.
Very good. Any other pointers? So fair enough. So,
Sir, ensurety of not getting harmed.
sorry, who's that? Okay,
Ensurety of not getting harmed.
good. So, trust probably 20 years back was the name that you have been hearing since your childhood. So probably SBI as a bank was trust, Tata was trust, because those are the brand names that you are listening it for generations to come. Your parents might have interacted, transacted, consumed their products, brands, and it was built over year and year. What happened about in last decade? All the e-commerce players came in. So initially, Flipkart, Amazon came in. We used to order cash on delivery because we were not trusting those brands whether those goods that they would provide will fit us, they would return it or not. We used to revalidate. Over the years, they have gained our mind space, mind share, trust. Now we do the UPI transaction without even thinking whether money will reach to me in my bank account or not. We just assume it. We order something from Flipkart, it comes, it gets delivered. Probably a week later, we open the envelope and see whether it is getting delivered or not. So in digital world, the definition of trust itself is getting changed. And that is how, as a bank, we define trust, which is convenience. Obviously, while you can do everything at your pace, at your speed, at your time, on your mobile phone is convenience. It has to be quick. If something is very slow, you log in onto a Netflix, it is not responding, you immediately switch on to Hotstar and start watching something else. Flexibility in terms of understanding your requirement, your need, and how intuitive that platform is. It has to be available. If it is down, then again, all these things are regressive of building trust. You have to invest on all these parameters over year, and then over a time you'll build trust. You'll gain trust of any individual. And most important part in this entire building trust thing is security, which one of the person in the audience mentioned. And on digital side, this entire security is the key while we are building the entire digital layer. And as a bank, we follow the entire defense of depth model. Now there are multiple technical jargons. I'll not go into too much of technicalities here. We talked about all the sophisticated, very complex cyber attacks that are happening globally and probably in some scenarios in India also. But as a user, we have to kind of introspect what is our current state, where are we? And honestly, with all humility and submission, I will say any cyber attacker or any hacker will not have to do so much of investment or research to hack most of the organizations. I'll tell you why. So there are multiple complex systems. You have to inject the virus, do the R&D and all that stuff. Now we are talking about digital India, we are talking about startup India and everything. My weakest link is the laptop device or the mobile device that you are carrying. That is the simple largest weakest link. And let's say in any other organization, I'll not comment on the entire police force, there are lakhs of assets. There are assets lying in one of the remote offices which is connected to the internet. But who is maintaining that inventory that this particular asset, this printer, this desktop, this laptop is lying and this was patched 1 month back, 1 year back, or 5 years back? Most organizations fail there itself, and most prominent reason of any cyber attack is an unpatched system, unpatched network. Because while OEMs push all those security patches, they fix all the known vulnerabilities. If you have not patched the system itself, you are any which way exposed. So no one will have to invest or do n number of R&D steps. They will probably just Google it out, log4j as a vulnerability, XYZ as a vulnerability. They'll find the code and just hack your systems. In other sense, let's say we have followed all the security protocols, our systems are well defined, all the processes, the entire 7-8 layers of security, starting from endpoint to network to perimeter to firewall, everything is working seamlessly fine. What is our cyber crisis management plan, and when that was tested? Let's say as an organization, we undergo a cyber attack, or probably one person in some, let's say, police station realizes that his machine is compromised. Two, we have a SOP defined that this is the person he has to reach out to. I'm sorry, probably this might be defined in the scenario. I'm just taking. So we don't have a calling tree made. So that poor fellow will not know whom to reach out, whom to call. He will probably just shut his system and go home. Even if those plans are defined, they are not tested. So let's say in one fine day we define the plan, we put out certain contact details, that person is transferred a couple of years back, that plan is not updated. That person is moved out of the services, it is not updated. So the point that I'm trying to raise, these things are very basic, which we can start right away. Obviously the longer thing, more complex thing can go on in parallel, but these are bare basic necessities that we can do it right away itself and test it out. It is not that we'll build it one time and it can go on forever. Probably we'll have to test it out month on month, quarter on quarter, take learnings. So as a bank, we have about 100 odd applications. We test out all the 100 applications every quarter in terms of their backup restoration, in terms of their DR drills, in terms of our tabletop assessment of cyber crisis plan. So that, and not that I'll take credit that we are doing wonderfully well. In the banking scenario, thanks to the regulator, which is Reserve Bank of India, NPCI, Seaside, these are the organizations which are working, and everyone was talking about the coordinations and collaboration. In banking ecosystem, these are the organizations which are coordinating quite well from multiple years now, and they've built the ecosystem, they've built the entire checklist of various controls that you have to put in place, the kind of crisis management plan that you need to have, how will you test it, what kind of backups you should have, how long that backup should be there, how will you test out the restoration process. So these are some of the basic things. Probably we can start off as a smaller organization, mid-sized organization right away, and continue to build on it, though we mature in terms of our learning, in terms of what we take towards more complex cyber attacks. And one more point I guess Mr. Sahib made with related to outsourcing. So outsourcing is the second, probably the largest risk, which we classify as cyber security supply chain. You have done all kind of security within your organization, but we rolled out an RFP, or we rolled out certain, let's say, new system requirement. Sorry to name, but let's say for the sake of the example, ERP. So what we don't take into account probably at all places is the partner that you are onboarding, what kind of cyber security practices that they follow, what kind of endpoint controls they have, what kind of employee verification process do they have. And I come from a banking background, and fintech is probably one of the largest contributor to the startup ecosystem in India, and much talked about, all that unicorns on all billion-dollar valuations. Everyone reads the news day in and day out. But with all those startup process systems and their work culture, security is probably the last leg. That is where we need to filter it out. If any hacker can compromise the OEM itself and inject a vulnerable code in your ERP for that matter, you would not be able to find it out until unless you get hacked and realize what was the root cause for that. So another point to note in this process is you have to map the entire supply chain of your IT systems, technologies, processes in order to avoid it. And these are some of the basic things. And I would say more practical to do so. It might not require 6 months, 1 year investment. Probably we can start it off from day one as a process. So these were more enterprise-wide cyber security risk. Now moving on to more retailish in nature where end user gets compromised. So lately what most of the frauds that we receive is either SIM swap or the mobile banking fraud, and with UPI accounting for 90-95% of the overall transaction, these hackers, be it Jamtara, be it Mewat, be it any other region in the country, they have gone smarter. So any one of us who used UPI app, we do the device binding, we do the SIM verification and whatnot. Now what these guys have started doing, they install a vulnerable app in your device. What it does is the moment you receive a device binding message on your app, it forwards it to their own device, you without knowing, in the background, and they send it out to the bank. And that is how they are getting themselves registered on your behalf on the UPI app and doing transactions. So what point that I'm trying to make here is, it's not that these are illiterate small time fraudsters who are doing penny offense in terms of getting 1 or 2 calls made. There is an organized ecosystem where they probably have hired some of the software developers themselves. They have access to the dark web. They get informations from there, data from there. And I mean, very initially as a bank, we had one experience where our internet banking, all the logins, everything was working fine. But we got a few complaints that someone is calling with all the potential data of the customer on bank's behalf. We thought our data is breached. But what used to happen, in the internet banking channel, someone has kept password as password or the similar thing. So hacker was able to log in onto the internet banking. He was not able to do the transaction because there was a second factor authentication and whatnot. What he used to do, he used to call the customer, and considering he has all the banking, internet banking platform open, he was aware what is your balance, what was your last transaction. So all the verification question he used to ask, posing a bank officer. And again the trust factor came in. When someone says, I'm calling from the bank, you did 500 rupee transaction at this shop yesterday, we'll assume that he is a banker, and we'll give all the OTPs, all the credit card details, everything to, and that is how we found 2 or 3 transactions happening. So it is more reactive process in that sense. Second critical fraud that we see is, while we do a transaction now, all the ATM machines have anti-skimming devices built in, but while you dip your card in the ATM terminal, the card used to get cloned, skimmed, and all those frauds on the e-com channels used to happen. At this point in time is largely mistaken. It is happening using social engineering, getting data and then requesting for the alternate card. So another key challenge that we are seeing or observing is social engineering impersonation, where someone impersonate using your data, calls you as a bank officer, gets all those details as I spoke about. Second important is your business email gets compromised. Imagine you don't have Sanjay Agarwal Saab's number and you get a message saying, I am Sanjay Agarwal, I need a quick favor from you. You will feel obliged, oh sir, how can I help you? Thanks for putting faith in me or assuming that I could be of help. Tell me what can I do? You will get the immediate message, don't call, I'm in a meeting, just transfer 5,000 rupees to this account. So these are the things are happening very, and what's happening in these kind of frauds, because the fraud has happened with the bank account. Consumers generally don't approach cyber security cell or the police officers or the police stations, they call the bank. So we are the first recipient of such complaints, and then we try to do block the account, trace the value chain. Some of the things, some of the times it get traced back. At some point in time, it doesn't get traced back. Another two key incidents that we face is the insider threat that I already mentioned. Your endpoint, your let's say background verification is very important in the organization, with the organization that you deal with. Most of the frauds, be it at enterprise level or the individual level, in fact 90% of the individual frauds that we have seen, we have observed as a bank, have been happened within the family. You now have a mobile app, it has the entire mobile banking access, you have a security code which everyone in the family knows. You kept mobile for some time, someone took it over, did the transaction, you are not aware. You complained it to the bank that it is fraudulently transferred. While we can check through the forensics, through the audit logs, that it was 2FA, second factor verified, cannot happen through a fraudster. 5-7 days later, it comes out that someone's son's daughter, wife, someone else has done the transaction. So these are very individual level insider threats. Same is happening at an enterprise level where you have endpoints, persons not being managed, not being counted for properly, and they are doing all the funny business. So this is again another kind of fraud, which is loan against credit. Someone takes loan on your behalf using your fake documents. You would not be aware. Then account gets credited. They hack the account, transfer all those funds from that account. On this also, we've built as a community, we have built a fantastic digital public infrastructure called Aadhaar. We've built another public infrastructure called UPI. But there is a lack of awareness as an individual. For that, a very small thing, how many of you are aware there is an app called Aadhaar? Just can, good. How many of you are aware that you can lock your Aadhaar from your Aadhaar app? So these are some of the basic things that we can do as a user to secure our personal identities, personal information. There is an entire ecosystem built, but if we till the point we don't spread awareness in that sense, it is not going to get away. We might invest in the infrastructure, we might invest in the workarounds, but by the time we'll reach the workaround or stop it, offenders, fraudsters will move a step ahead. As previous speakers mentioned, that it has always been a cat and mouse game, and it will remain like that. We just need to have two-level approach. One, at an awareness level, how we can protect ourselves, and at an enterprise level, how we can secure the entire ecosystem with both tools, technologies, and processes. Again, as a bank, same set of challenges which were largely covered. It is evolving landscape. What we thought is a good security platform 5 years back is now obsolete. We have to invest every 2 months, 3 months, review it, get it updated, get it upgraded. While we talked about multiple state dependencies on the retail level fraud, the kind of attacks we get, and the moment lockdown happened, we started getting n number of hits from the countries like China or Korea. We got a million hits, but that was the entire defense ecosystem at the perimeter level built in, which blocked all those threats. But these are the threats which are coming as we speak. While I've been speaking here, there would be probably 100 attempts made already on the bank's website, on the bank's mobile app, which we've been able to contain in that process using various technologies and process. But the nature of this entire evolution is global. It is not very, let's say, Jamtara specific or Mewat specific. In Jaipur or Bay Area in US or Israel, all these things are, all those countries, locations are facing the same challenge and same kind of evolution in this sense. There are challenges in the legal framework, and the reason why I've put in probably a point to ponder, as I said, we get complaints from the customer, but other than stopping that financial transaction or putting that account in debit freeze, we cannot file a formal complaint on behalf of a customer. That is somehow, I am told our legal framework doesn't allow to lodge an FIR on a customer behalf. Customer has to lodge it, but customer never lodges a FIR. So these are the things, how these things get unnoticed, unreported. So probably there is a need to relook that framework also. We talked about lack of skill set. Though we have built the technology team of about 800 persons here in Jaipur, there is still lack of resources. We are hiring fresh graduates, we are training them. We are hiring laterals, they are also getting trained. So we are building that kind of a skill set, but that is an industry-wide problem where this thing needs to get more groomed, more brought mainstream. It is not a niche skill anymore. It has become center of everyone's problem at this point in time. And lastly is on various awareness campaigns on digital fraud, the recent trend in terms of fraud, because it is changing, that awareness campaigns evolution is also needs to change. And we need to educate jointly with all the, so let's say customers are coming to the branches, customers are going to the police station, interacting onto the digital channel. Everywhere there has to be a collaboration and train them what kind of potential breach, potential impact areas that can be there. And I like the point which is security by design. No matter how awareness campaigns, how strong, how long, how impactful you run, in the end, if that security is not by design, very example related to UPI. Again, very practical one and a very practical solution also for that. So normally what fraudsters used to do, they used to send a QR code over a WhatsApp and used to ask, scan that QR from your app and confirm with the OTP or the UPI pin, you will get 5,000 rupees. In the end, that they were kind of getting debited 5,000 rupees. So the solution that we as an industry built around that, if you do a scan from your gallery, it won't allow you more than 2,000 rupees. So it has not eliminated the fraud itself, but it has disincentivized the fraudster to run the campaigns or probably do a large level of frauds. Because initially it was anything 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Now it is gone limited to 2,000 rupees without kind of compromising on the user experience part and the convenience part. So these are the things that we have to embed in our security by design ecosystem while we build our consumer apps, mobile banking apps, and any of those things in order to protect that. Some of the safety tips what we largely have discussed already. That is, we have to be cautious on the emails and the messages. There can be display name spoofing. There can be any fraudster email being sent. whatever you click, you are responding. Ensure that you have the valid credentials of the person who is sending out the email. Don't just go by the name. Protect your password. No matter how we emphasize on, still there are, you won't imagine banking apps will have password like 1234. Forget password. Is just plain 1234. So those are the things that we need to kind of ensure as a user, educate users to kind of create strong passwords, protect them, change them, and more importantly, all these apps allow you to enable multi-factor authentication, be it your Gmail, be it Yahoo, be it your banking app. Wherever possible, enable multi-factor authentication. It will slightly be inconvenient. You'll have to enter the OTP or the credential, but it will provide you an added layer of security in your space. Monitor your account regularly in case of any, let's say in your Twitter feed, you're getting unnecessary messages, your Facebook feed, your Instagram feed, your emails are getting. So if you monitor that, you would might come to know in case of any funny businesses going on in the back end. More importantly, secure your devices. There is no merit in buying pirated softwares. There is no merit in not updating that, or probably your, let's say, OS is getting prompted update. You update your system and you are just ignoring it. It might take 10-15 minutes or probably a few rupees extra as an investment. But we are not in this space. I mean, pirated copy to an extent was okay when we are not in the connected ecosystem. Now your device is not an independent thing. You connect it to your home network, to your office network, to the cafe you go and work. So these are the things that we need to create as a user and hygiene thing, and ensure when we are dealing with the organizations, these are the things that are reviewed, audited, and met very carefully. Social media is again a very important tool. All the social engineering is done using the information that you post on your social media. So guessing your address, date of birth, which school you go, who are your friends, everything is available for you as an individual on social media. Any hacker can correlate that information and crack all the security questions or the secret questions that you might have put in any of the portal for the website. So be very cautious what you post on the social media. Phone scams, very popular nowadays. You get a call, you get a very exciting offer that probably 1 lakh rupee iPhone you are getting in 50,000 rupees. Get very excited with that offer and do any kind of transactions. Someone calling, being posing your boss, a police officer. These things are happening. You have to validate before you act. Your personal information needs to be protected. I talked about Aadhaar. I talked about various digital verifications that are happening. These can be done. And again, be informed. And in case any fraud is there, there is a fantastic initiative by the cybercrime department. You can report it to 1930 or cybercrime.gov.in. We have personally seen as a user, while we ask customers to report it over there, there is a fantastic response mechanism, which I would thank the entire fraternity out here, ensuring in their heart. We also run multiple awareness campaigns at the bank where we prompt our customers not to share the personal information, not to share in their OTPs. Moreover, as a bank, we have enabled the entire security features. So in case you are using the banking app, there cannot be any remote sharing app on your device, so that any fraudster cannot take control of your device and see the balance or the UPI pin or the app pin from the app. These kind of security features we have built. That is not the end of it. We also do monitor transactions. We monitor transactions in case of any anomaly in behavior. Let's say you have been withdrawing 5,000 rupees, then suddenly there is a 50,000 rupee withdrawal. We get an alert. We call the customer, validate with before posting that transaction. there is a transaction happening from your app and the ATM at the same time, or within an interval of 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we get an alert, we stop that transaction. These kind of the rules we have built to ensure the safety and the security of the end users and customers. But in the end, it is not enough, as everyone has rightly said. It is what we were controlling, what we are aware of. There are zero-day hacks, there are multiple vulnerabilities, fraud mechanism, modus operandi up in the making, which will react as we come across. There is a wider need of collaboration, at least with the industry, with the entire police department. We know the flavor, we know the transaction, you also know the behavior, because you also get the complaint. There could be a potential solution by going to the industry or building it in-house through some processes and mechanism. We should collaborate and bring it to some secure mechanism. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ankur, for your wonderful presentation. We move on quickly to the question and answer session. I would request all members of the audience that if you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. We'll take questions one at a time, and Ashara will bring you a microphone. We have limited time, so we will give priority to the students and faculty members who are here, and to the members of the CII who are present out here. Those asking questions may please introduce themselves by letting everyone know your name and the work you are presently engaged in. In case you are looking for a response from a particular guest, then you may mention that. Oh, we have someone out there.
Good afternoon. My name is Parthivi Thakur from second year BTech Cybersecurity, Purnima College of Engineering. So as Mr. Manoj Abraham told about the cyber dome technology, my question is how we can improve such technology by using machine learning and artificial intelligence, and also how we can automate the process of cyber crime detection.
Cybercrime is basically handling cybercrimes, as I was mentioning in my presentation also, is a technical job that requires a lot of expertise, and the technology can be used both ways. It has to be for the good of the society, for the police department in identification of criminals. You have a lot of data. You have things happening on the dark web. Which technology, which artificial machine learning can really help you, because it goes through a lot of data. Humanly, you can't do it. So a lot of things, a lot of these technologies that are coming up can be used for the good of the society also. It can be used by the criminal to further his intentions also, but it can be done. Those technologies itself can be used for better policing also, and that is all the more important when the public sector, the private sector come together. Then there are a lot of gains also, because you don't have to reinvent the wheel again. You don't require those technical capabilities if there are private individuals available with the same technical know-how who can come and help you out. So it's a win-win situation for both, and we need to further adopt the system.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Divyansh Johari. I'm from Cybersecurity Department.
Your name is?
Divyansh Johari. I'm from Cybersecurity Department from Purnima College of Engineering. My question is, dark web has been a lethal weapon for all these cyber criminals, and so why can't we do a thing that stop these applications like Tor browser and other applications, and strict implications by the government should be imposed, and the use of VPN in restricting these actions should be imposed. And ChatGPT and GPT-4 are such platforms which can easily be manipulated to by a normal person to get a script that can be used for cyber attacks. So how can we work on it to stop?
Suppose government authority is not much relevant in the cyber domain, but I'm very sure that somebody would like to field that question.
The onion router, it was created by US Navy to help support democratic movements across the globe. And what you understand of Tor, I think might be some 5% or 2% is being used for those purposes. Tor actually serves immense value as far as variety of privacy and other related stuff. It is a double-edged sword, as any technology is. That is how it is being used for such purposes. Internet itself is not controlled by the government, and that is the beauty of the internet. And if you try controlling it by the government, it will turn out to be a menace, which will be much worse than what it is. And currently, we have something which we call as a military internet complex, and supported by corporate enterprises, and that is where we have landed, where we have tried to control. This whole concept of controlling by governmental action or some sort of a ban or a very clear-cut direction in one trajectory, that has never been successful, that will never be successful. We'll have to find ways and means within the given perimeter to catch these people. As far as the dark net is concerned, so that particular thing has its own usage and currently what we are struggling with is not all of us, and there are ways and means of getting into it. It's FBI in the Silk Road investigation, they have been able to get into it, and it was a very, very successful investigation in 2013. So there are ways and means. If we are not competent of doing it, does not mean that there are not ways and means. We have to improve our competence, understand this whole ecosystem in a much better manner, improve our expertise, use the tools in the manner required, and finally reach our goal. Thank you.
Manoj, you would like to add something to that?
One sentence I will say. March of technology cannot be stopped.
Yeah, we have a question from here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please
Sir.
wait. I think Goel sir is going to ask.
This is to Mr. Abraham. I am Dinesh Goel, retired from the government. Very
So
excited.
he's a senior IAS officer who retired recently.
8 years.
8 years is quite recent.
Yeah, quite early. Okay. Thank you. And it was very exciting to learn about the cyber domes. I just had a very small question. You said that ethical hackers are there in the system. So are there any special methods or any special procedures to see that, you know, when unethical hackers can also enter into the system? So some special methods are there for you to take care of them. And
Yeah, we are a ISO 27001 certified organization. So we have a system of process of onboarding everybody. So one comes in at volunteer level. So when he comes in as a volunteer, he doesn't have much credentials. So we take him basically as a volunteer and we run him through a lot of processes, including the security and processes. And it's after some time that he starts working with us, he does a lot of things that we promote him to the level of commander, cyber dome commander, when he becomes a full-time volunteer. And then also rigorous systems are in place. This ISO 27000 really helps you with a lot of processes where you really fix a person on various aspects. But still, in spite of the fact you will have problems in between, some people may go rogue and may create problems, but you have to weed them out in between. So it's not that it's a perfect system, but we have those systems in place. Look at his security profile, look at his activity, try to get only those ethical activities. Still, the possibilities of people, and it has happened. You need to weed them out.
The one reason I called you recently, you look very young, sir. We have a question, yeah.
So,
this is Abhishek Andasu, he is the IPS professional, just recently come on.
So, based on my limited experience of at least watching other people investigate cyber fraud, I noticed two bottlenecks that I was hoping to flag and get some sort of clarity on, sir. The first is that when you are investigating cyber fraud, there's a huge concern where supposing you had to get CDR data, if you had to get location data, there are a lot of plugins, a lot of ways and connections we have with telecom authorities that give us that data immediately. But if we have to get, say, KYC data from banks about whose KYC was provided for that bank and therefore further the investigation, so that data is often available 4 to 5 days later from the bank nodal officer, which means that within those 4 to 5 days, the money has already exchanged hands through multiple other banks and therefore becomes much harder for us to trace. So, sir, is there any way that, or any like national sort of institution or tie-ups that we need in order to get that data within the same time lag of maybe those 5 hours so that we can trace that money faster.
Fine, that's fine.
Basically, there is no system like that, but you must be aware of the 1930 number of the National Crime Reporting Portal, where you can report cyber frauds. And if you do that in the gap of say half an hour to 2 hours, all those connected accounts where the money has actually flowed, all those accounts will be frozen. So if the members of the public, if the police department can understand that, many states are doing very well. Gujarat police, even Kerala police, we tie up with because if the system is running very well. If you report the crime, the moment the fraud happens, if you report that crime, 90% of the chances you won't lose your money because the banks will freeze that accounts, all connected accounts also where this money has gone. So that's a system now available. Otherwise, getting KYC details, etc., the usual details are there. Of course, I don't know the reporting system which Rajasthan Police is starting. Maybe hopefully when we engage more with the banks, we can find out a better online system. But now the present system, as you said, it will take some amount of delay, and that's the present system. But hopefully things will improve in the future. That's what.
I would just like to add the request management system that was launched today. One of the main advantages of it is that it will connect the IO directly to the bank related. And more as we integrate and we progress further, more and more organizations are going to join.
So one
So
small.
that will, like like earlier days when we used to ask for a CDR, it used to take 2 or 3 days. But now that time has reduced. Now we take that question from.
So.
Oh wait.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh,
My
So I was just.
I'm so sorry. That's right.
No.
We have a banker out here.
That's okay. So just a small suggestion. So there is entire ecosystem called account aggregator coming in. It is.
Could you put the mic slightly closer?
So there is the entire ecosystem called account aggregator coming in, where banks are already hooked. Pretty much all the banks are already live on account aggregator. It is a consent-based framework, but if we can work with authorities directly, and in these exceptional cases we can avoid that consent basis complaint and get that data, that ecosystem for the banks is already available, where all the transactions, KYC information is already hooked into a common platform. So that could be a ready platform which can be used for the investigating agencies at a central level without investing much in the technology ecosystem.
We have that lady out there.
good afternoon, sir. My name is Monica Sharma, Pune University. My question is, I am working in the SDN security, software defined network, in the 5G technology. So, sir, there is an idea to enhance the security in the 5G network for SDN technology.
What you are saying is that is there any? Could
Sir,
you please
SDN.
repeat it?
Sir, actually, my research area is the software defined networking, security in the software defined networking, and I'm generally include the 5G technology in my research area, or I'm working on the chat GPT-4. So there is any idea or way to enhancing the security or privacy in that system?
So Professor
Yeah. I'll try to attempt it. So as far as software defined network is concerned, the beauty of that entire protocol is everything is managed, and all those possibility of managing physical devices and trying to reboot or probably add up some protocol, everything can be virtualized and remotely managed. So obviously there are areas where we can improvise in terms of encryption, compression along with encryption, so that packet size doesn't get compromised and whatnot. These are some of the problems from an industry viewpoint we have tried to identify it and optimize. Obviously there are any specific things that you're interested in, you can take it off.
Thank you. We are running out short of time, and I'm sure that the members of the audience will get a lot of opportunity to interact with the speakers during lunchtime. We will move on to the next step now. Is there any other, like we can field one more question? Yeah, ma'am is out here.
I'm Dr. Megha Gupta from working in computer science department in SKIT Engineering College. Sir, I would like to ask, since you people have invited faculties as well as, is there any platform by which students can come to know about the live scenarios on which they are working with? there any platform or means of interaction by which our students can deal out to sort out some projects, live projects based on cybercrime?
I would request DG Cybercrime to please. That's a very interesting question, ma'am. Thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am, for asking that question. I would like to clarify that the hackathon that we have launched today and the website that we have launched today, it will soon be open for registration. And that is exactly the kind of platform that will provide that kind of opportunity. Besides that, police department, I don't know whether you are aware of that, but we do have some internship programs that we do every year. And engineering students as well as law students, they are selected and they do internship with the police headquarters, various branches. And that is a very good opportunity for the students, at least, to interact with the police, and we make them do some projects also, and they learn a lot of things from how police works, and we also sometimes get very fresh and innovative ideas from the students. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. We have one last question from that. I think you were interested in asking a question. Yes, yes. Gentleman sitting behind you. Yeah, you, sir. Sir.
Hello. Sir, I'm Dr. S. Manaktala, Associate Professor in Electronics and Communication from JCR Engineering College. So I have one question. We have identified that consumer is the weakest link. So do we have any provision to do multi-level validation for all the transactions that are about 10,000 rupees? Right now we feel that only a single OTP can get their entire account empty. So if there is any transaction is getting about 10,000 rupees, we should go for multi-level validation, like not only OTP from the mobile phone, it should be on an email or some other source through it. We should also verify whether the consumer is willing to conduct that transaction or not.
So it is already there, as I mentioned, and you have to understand security and convenience needs to be balanced out. We can have n number of validation, but as a user, you will end up, because fraud might be happening once in a million transaction, but you'll have to add that second factor in a million times. So that needs to be balanced it out, point one. Point two, we already have a AI-based model which understands the transaction pattern, and in case of any anomaly, it escalates to the second factor or the next level of authentication. So for that matter, you've changed the device. The device IP is getting changed, your MAC ID is getting changed. These are the alerts which we monitor, and in case there is an anomaly, that second factor or the next factor is being sent for validation for the customer. So that gives convenience also, and the added layer of security in kind of very, let's say, large ticket size transactions or non-pattern based transactions.
Thank you all. I think we'll close the question answer session, and I think there will be an opportunity for all the members of the audience to interact with the guest speakers, and where they can further discuss any queries if they have. We have one last speaker today. Before that, I would request Mr. Rajiv Sharma, who is the Director General and Director of Rajasthan Police Academy, to please come on the dais so that he can help us in the valediction. We have one last speaker, Mr. Abhinav Banthia. He is Chairman of the Rajasthan chapter of the Confederation of Indian Industry. He is an industrialist, philanthropist, and a corporate leader. It is his initiative and the initiative of Mr. Nitin Gupta that we have a very resonant partnership between CII and Rajasthan Police. And we look forward to an enduring relationship in tackling cybercrime and organizing community outreach programs for increasing awareness and bringing all the stakeholders on a common platform. Possibly in my last 30 years of service, this is the first occasion because of Mr. Banthia's initiative that all of us are coming together out here. Abhinav is a managing director of Manu Yantralaya Private Limited, which primarily supplies bearings and automotive components to customers in India and around the world, in countries like Germany, Italy, China, US, you name it, and he has sent he's exported his stuff out there. In 2012, we formed a Japanese joint venture company. He has been the president of the Young India Jaipur chapter of CII in the year 2015. He is a very passionate entrepreneur. He is also trustee of HERA Foundation, an organization dedicated to cure and support of people having hearing impairment. We look forward to an address by him.
I think dignitaries on the dais, Umesh Mishra ji, Director General Police Rajasthan, Dr. Ravi Prakash ji, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal ji, Mr. Manoj Abraham ji, Dr. Soumitra, Sanjay Sai ji, Ankur Tripathi ji, senior police officials, audience, students, academy, people from academia, industry members. I think I will not take too much time. I understand it's been 4 hours. You've been really patient, absorbing a lot of content, which was something was beyond our, I mean, we were amazed to understand and see what is happening around us. And some of it gave us tips to take back home and a lot of inspiration to move forward with a cyber secure Rajasthan initiative which Rajasthan Police has taken, and I'm really proud that CI is being associated with this. Again, thank you, sir, to invite industry members. Today, industry is running on digitalization. Every unit, MSME, SME, large, is an IT organization in itself. So cyber threat is something which we face day in, day out. The session has been a good takeaway for even me personally, and I think my industry friends would also agree with me. So once again, I'm just giving you one pointer that CII is doing a lot of work in cybersecurity at national level. We have a CII task force on public-private partnership for security of the cyberspace, as well as CII Tata Communication Center for Digital Transformation, CDT. So a lot of policy advocacy, a lot of work is happening at the national level, and we would want to get those best practices to Rajasthan and work closely with the police here and create an environment where citizens of Rajasthan generally feel secure while using a phone or ordering something on Swiggy. They don't feel that they're threatened by using technology, because the way forward is you can't be away from digitization. So as Mr. Sai said, disrupt to be disrupted. So happy that Rajasthan Police is doing this initiative. Thank you.
Respected guest speakers, as a token of thanks for the time and valuable input you all have shared with us in this seminar, we would like to offer memento. For presenting the memento, I would request DG cum Director RPA sir. Please present a memento to Shri Sanjay Sahai sir. Director RPA sir. Request to DG Cybercrime, sir, please present memento to Shri Manoj Abraham sir. Again, request to DG cum Director Rajasthan Police Academy, Shri Rajiv Sharma sir, to present memento to Dr. Soumitra Sanadhya sir. Request to Additional DGP Railways and Coordinator of this seminar to present a memento to Shri Ankur Tripathi sir. And requesting again to DG Cybercrime, sir, please present memento to CII Chairman Shri Abhinav Bantia sir. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning, regular coordination, and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a strong and motivated team. And it's the time to express grateful thanks to all those whose wholehearted, dedicated support has made this seminar a reality. I would request DG Cybercrime and Civil Rights to propose word of thanks. Sir, please.
Well, I know that you all people are waiting for lunch, and we've already extended that time. So I'll be very brief. All the speakers, our respected DG had to go. Everyone, each one of you has been, I should say, you have talked on different levels that made us understand what all we require to do as police department, as common citizens, as academia, as industry, as students. In fact, nowadays when we talk about cybercrime, as Mr. Sai said, there is nothing, no conventional crime even is done without some digital footprint somewhere. Even if a murder is committed somewhere, how does the police trace it? Either through CCTV cameras that are connected to some network, or the accused may have talked to some of his associates, maybe his location there. So these are the examples that even conventional crime now has some element of, in fact, the element is increasing day by day. The Cyberdome concept introduced by Sri Manoj Abraham in Kerala, he has talked about familiarizing with the challenges of tomorrow, deep fake, Internet of Things. Mr. Sanjay Sai ji has talked in a very interactive manner and very interesting manner, and in a very motivating manner, in a way that it was very refreshing to listen to him, and how he has developed the Karnataka model and how things can be done, and it can only be done organically within the organization. So that was a great takeaway today. Professor Soumitra Sannadia ji has gone very in depth on how academia functions and what we can really take from the academia. Sri Ankur Tripathi ji has reiterated the kind of steps banks are taking. In the beginning of the conference, you must have seen some videos. Most of the banks now are issuing these kind of videos, advisories, so that common citizens, their customers, are aware of what's happening. And last but not the least, I would fail in my duty if I don't thank my team. Sanjay Agarwal, Biju George, ADG, Sanjay Agarwal, ADG, Smita Srivastav, ADG, Bhupinder Sahu, IG, Sarath Kaviraj, Vikas Pathak, DIG, Bhuvan Bhushan, the backroom boy who is also the SP crime under me. He's been toiling day in and day out and literally working hands-on his laptop for preparing for this conference. Shantanu, additional SP, Jyeshta, DCP crime, Jaipur Commissionerate, Pushpender, additional SP, Praminder, my staff officer, the deputy SP, Poonam, the compare, the wonderful comparing she has done, Neetu, the social media inspector from the technical services, and all other persons that I may have forgotten to mention, and especially I would like to especially thank Director RPA and DG Shri Rajiv Sharma Saab, who has been, who has given this hall for literally last 3-4 days. We have been just trampling the hall and the dais here with made a lot of ruckus and noise, but you have been kind enough to bear with us. I am very grateful to providing us the space and the support staff and your officers to help us around. I once again thank all the members of the audience, the academia, students who have come from their colleges and been with us. We hope to take this journey finally, and there is no destination in this journey. We will keep traveling on this journey, learning new things and improving lives, and keep serving the citizens that we are supposed to do. Thank you so much. And lastly but not least, as the phrase says, my highway or your highway, that is not going to be the case now. My highway, your highway, everybody's highway is now going to be cyber highway.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected dais, officers, and dear audience. Now, all of you are invited for most awaited lunch. It's all for today. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.